Hello, Jinxie. Hello, Nolan. For some reason it sounded negative, like, hello, Nolan. Hello, Edward. Happy Friday. Which one? You don't like it? I thought you would. Because it had like a chive, or not chive, clove taste to it. No, it's a funky beer.
Orange peel.
No, it's meant to have a funky taste to it. It's this type of the style. I'm drinking some of the other ones too, so. The green bottle ones.
Oh, though.
Heineken.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Gonna get through it. It's not. It's definitely not my favorite, but it works.
You know, we still have that mead.
Yeah, we do.
I'm gonna go pour this shit out and drink some mead.
It's kind of tempting, actually. No, it's a Friday one. We want to maybe just finish this and then go to meet afterwards.
I guess we gotta do our chores before we can have fun, huh?
Sonic curry beer. Oof, no. Actually, well, there was some like getting closer to the curry thing. I got
closer. It's been like a year and a half.
No, there's certain.
The moon has to align with the planets.
No, there's some things I was waiting to happen on first, and I have that done.
Sonic, you're just gonna open that up and Sonic will have become sentient. It's like, I've been trapped in this cabinet for years. What? Just Sonic, like, what year of our Lord is it? Oh, Lord Eggman.
He'll be fine. He'll be fine. It's Sonic. He's a bro.
I can't remember last time I had to go fast. Been so long.
Speaking of normal volume for a sec.
Normal volume.
You still seem in the lower end. Is it fine? Let me double check something.
Okay. Do you see we have the blue mic back up? Blue. I'm feeling blue.
Oh yeah, the blue mic, yeah. Yeah, the old mic. Apparently it's working. I haven't tested it actually. Is anybody here buzzing? I just want to make sure it's not buzzing. Okay, now see something.
Something.
Okay, that looks a little better.
Wonderful.
I'm looking for it to hit a certain peak, like right about there, and you weren't hitting there, so. Sounds good on my end. Alright, that's good to know. Thank you. Oh, I didn't actually prep. Music here. I hear the of grass. Oh yeah, there's that too. Oh no, I want to go to this.
Oh, and you'll be happy to know that I'm trying to learn how I can go about updating that. So I've accomplished nothing, but I've been learning stuff.
That's what matters. Progress, right?
The first thing to learn is what is the question I need to ask. Because if you ask too many questions, people give up on you on the internet. You have to ask the right questions.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying.
If you just be like, just tell me what to do, start from the very beginning. Most would be like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
But anyways, hello, happy Black Friday. I hope everybody's doing great. I said that was my it is with the grass. Oh, it's not. I don't know if there's actual grass noise with that. It's just a like a, I don't know what to call it, like a peaceful song. I don't think I put did I put wind with it? I might have put wind with it. I can't remember. It's been a while since I poked at it. Anyway, we're working more on this. I actually did poke at this a little bit.
Did you?
I mainly just got Twilight's part done, like having her move a little bit. It's not much, but with the camera moving and all that in the end, it should help. Oh, and I locked her tail. Her tail's now bouncing in place.
I like how you brought that one model in as a reference for Pinkie, and then you used none of it.
No, I did.
I mean, the bottom legs are
getting the cadence of the timing with the motion going up and down. There was I only
what's
ended
left of the actual animation?
Not much.
Yeah,
but it doesn't. Sometimes it's the same reason. Like somebody might go to a reference and look at a reference. I was using it as a reference, and then when I saw like the legs weren't going to work, I'm like, well, I have something that works for that. Now I know the timing, and so I just could copy paste the pieces. So, hello, Looney. Is there anybody else I had said? Godzilla Man, hello, Kite.
Okay. Everyone's jumping on early today. Look at that. 5 hours of this. What are you guys doing here? Or no, 4 hours. 5 or 4? I have no idea anymore.
But for progress on this, otherwise, it's mainly just getting some more progress done. I kind of want to work more on this part to figure out what this is going to be, because like I mentioned before, there's going to be something before this to combine, but fine. So we need to make Twilight being all crazy and stuff. So I kind of want to.
I want her to somehow get a hold of Spike and throw it at Pinkie's head at some point.
See if I can. Do something like that.
Wycane moment, maybe.
What?
Wycane.
How would I be a Twycane? No, Twycanes are bad and evil.
They're the mean.
I know, that's why they're bad. I'm wondering, I think I almost need to do something like that. Okay, that's, I think, a little better. Because now it's actually, like, taught. But also the benefit is it pulled her back a little bit because, as you can see, there's the issue with the clipping leg. So unless I put this out to like here, maybe put it like that, I can have him cross as long as it doesn't look like that. So right now the legs are kind of bapping her in the butt, and that's not, that's a bad. So
she was kicking her in the butt every time she walked.
So the idea is I either have to move Twilight back that far, which is not possible, or find something else to do.
Just have her fly up every time Pinkie hops.
Like bouncing?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then any animation I do to Twilight will be completely eliminated because everything's gonna be a blurry mess of her going up and down. I can't do anything with somebody if they're flopping all over.
Well, she would bounce with Pinkie to an extent.
No, if I had to make her bounce that much all the way up, it would be a complete, I'd have to adjust everything about her to make it work. So no, it just doesn't work. And so that gave a little bit of distance. I could, I wonder if her pelvis, no, that's Twilight's pelvis. I wonder if I can have Pinkie at a different speed a little bit. This is just going to be experimental, but I think it's going to either work or it's going to look horrendous, and either way it's funny. That one is slightly different. Oh, it's every other. Okay. Let me first get our cadence locked in. Okay. All right, so I'm actually going to move this to the other because I want to use this one. Okay. No. Laser neutrality is a problem. Just explain it away with Pinkie's ability to violate physical laws. Well, no, they can clip as long as it doesn't clip like this clipping right now. They're clipping. That's fine. It's this clipping that starts becoming a problem. Because this one can be explained away as just layering. It's one in front of the other. It's good, whatever. 2D does that all the time. But as soon as you start going like this, that becomes a problem. And the fact that this would be inner butt, and we don't think Twilight likes that. So
she does just kind of, one leg goes through and the other one just kind of kicks her over and over again.
Even now, think about it. Because that might not work. Because I was thinking of doing essentially something like.
You can just never show Pinkie's legs.
No, the whole point is to have a little bit of back shot for what I want. No, I was thinking about doing something like something similar to that.
You just have her back without what you do. I'm saying.
I don't know if that would actually work just the way I'm looking at it. I had it go like that. And then if I were to have it be like that. I think I could make something like that work, but it would be weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna bother. I'm doing a rough thing just to figure out timing, but because I could have it be where she skips forward, and this would be a push off to push her forward.
Is there like a net? Like a net. I guess you couldn't have Twilight flying around if she was caught in that. That would probably be hard.
Okay, let me try this a little bit more. I'm gonna do less of it and do more like that. Oh yeah, but if I did that, I would have to actually have her, like, pulling tail a little different too.
What if Pinkie was walking backwards?
No, that doesn't work. Pinkie's working backwards?
Yeah, like what if she was walking backwards and pulling her?
No,
That would work.
because it would move too slow. I want it to move fast. Also, I like the idea of her not looking at what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And if she was walking backwards, it would just be really slow. If it doesn't feel as terrifying as just being like max speed dragged. I could just have it.
Have her grabbing a little further down the tail, maybe. Maybe if her arms were like pulling her along, with her arms behind her.
See, that would solve it if I did it like that. But the other solution is just extend Twilight's tail longer. But I feel like it's already kind of at its.
Or have Pinkie's arms go back further.
No, I don't know if I can have it go back any further without it being weird. I could have her churn her body a bit more, and that would free up a little bit of space. Not much, but I feel like it's going to be... If you take 2 or 3 things that add up to a good amount, then we're good. Actually, why is your face not... What are you looking over there? Okay, so Pinkie's also gonna let's give her some spooker eyes there.
Wait, she's so excited for the party. She's already done all the drugs. It's pre-partied.
Because she is a little. Oh, she is turned a little bit, but let's try turning it a little bit more. So we're gonna take chest 1 and chest 2, and
Can you just keep shifting her over until she's no longer clipping through the right leg?
but she would still have the leg in the butt. Well, she is a little sideways, so I could. I am able to shift her over a bit, just because of she is churning her tail to get it to fit in her arm. So I could put her like this.
That'll work. Then you just have to worry about where the one leg is.
Where's your tailbones? Well, thank you for the follow, Miss Miss Rarity Crafts. Thank you very much. What?
Bipedal front view Pinkie isn't real. She can't hurt you. Bipedal.
It is real. You can't run. No, it's because I'm on a wrong model. Need to get back to Twilight. Okay. Tail 1 is one that's locked, but that's the front one. Tail 3 is the one I'm looking for. Okay, and then where's tail 1? There we go. So everything I kind of did was based on its old position. Now that I look at it, it wasn't really even correct. Kind of want to have it so that this is like kind of coming down through the middle here.
She could squish it a bit.
Do like that.
There. Howdy, Sunset. How are you doing on this wonderful Friday evening?
There's that.
Twilight's being drug away to her doom.
You sure? Maybe,
Looks like it.
maybe she wants to be there.
That's the face of somebody who wants to be drug away.
Oh, okay. So I need to change this one's position.
Probably made a Pinkie promise that she would always come to Pinkie Pie's parties. And Pinkie's holding her to it.
Literally.
Yes.
I just want to give her a little bit more breathing room on the arm there.
I do like that fan fiction you got me reading that even the horses who are incredibly powerful are afraid of Pinkie. It's like I've mastered every martial art and known to horse, and I still don't know how she does that. She's terrifying.
Still a little bit broken, but we're getting there. It's trying to figure out what parts I'm okay with breaking.
Didn't you make Pinkie bigger at one point?
No, she doesn't have a scale. If I did, when I locked Twilight's tail to it, it would have had problems. There's no pelvis and no root, and if there's not either of those, then it's not at all.
Okay. Did you load in a new one? Because I know you made her bigger for when she was coming up from behind.
Oh yeah, but there was a Pinkie in every shot.
Okay.
And so I didn't bring the previous shots Pinkie in.
Bummer. Just gonna make Pinkie smaller.
I could. There's nothing stopping me from doing it,
Yeah,
but
people notice the scaling.
okay, there we go. Now it fits in there. It's my issue with. Is this still locked? Yeah, it is. Is that it kind of just doesn't fall with the rest of her. So let's see if we can go like from here to here. Just kind of copy pasted, but let's see if we can do that. What does that look like?
Looks like she's gut punching her every time she walks.
Nope, that actually works. Okay. I'm gonna have to adjust it, but I want to get the physics down first, and then I'll come back afterwards and do the other. Okay, let's see where there's still a little bit of a. Oh, is this not the right size between each? Oh, it is. We're gonna erase that first. Is that the same? Yeah, as far as I can tell.
I did like in one of the final episodes, this Pinkie got Discord's powers and was the only one who knew how to control them. Besides Discord, of course. And she had a kid. The end.
Okay, I'm okay with that, but I just hate that when it's like, oh, we gotta grab this. I need a one.
Sunset, that doesn't sound like a problem. That sounds like a, oh good, more pie. I went this entire Thanksgiving without eating any pumpkin pie, and I'm actually a little saddened by that.
Okay, so if I wait, just want to make sure I'm not breaking it too much. Okay, good. Okay, so now she goes up, and now it has to do the same thing here.
My shirt's doing really weird things with the camera.
Well, you're just seeing it at a very small scale.
Isn't that how they're seeing it?
Well, yeah, but they're seeing it blown up a little bit more and compressed over the internet. That's uncompressed.
See.
Though we did have issues with one of the podcasts. I think I was wearing like it wasn't a podcast or something else I recorded, and the preview on it was like super weird. Hello, I'm Lippy again.
Weird videos fun though.
This actually, I just thought about this. I actually don't want to add this animation because she should have a good enough grip on it that it won't do that. So let's instead move her arm like here.
So my shirt is weird for you, Sunset. Is that what you're saying?
Let's see if this might be kind of weird, but so her left forearm is right here. We're gonna go to her left shoulder though. No, we're gonna left forearm. And Twilight's tail, that is number 2. Why is your... I want it to be here. If I just play the whole thing. Still going in. Oh, it's better just because the shoulder... No, the shoulder's locked now. Oh. Be this.
Like last time, Godzilla, I think maybe you got traumatized last time you attempted this.
Okay, so I locked Pinkie's arm to the Twilight's tail, at least temporarily, and what that'll do is remove some of the variation in her motion, so it should fix some stuff. All right, now we're just going to go and copy all Pinkie again. So it's not quite perfect, but it's still better than it was.
I mean, I put your where you have it paused. It's unfortunate. Nothing. it's not perfect, like you said.
Stop it, Michael. You gotta make it weird.
I'm disagreeing with you.
I want your help to break the fourth wall. Yeah.
But she's fighting.
And also there was a comment where Pinkie and I think Fletcher were arguing Discord pretty much. Yeah. I think Pinkie is just Rule 63 Discord. Yeah, that actually looks pretty good. It's not perfect, but it will work. I'm actually very happy with how Pinkie's looking. So, can I just turn this down to... Does that help? Yeah, kinda. Should Pinkie be creepier looking?
I don't want her to be. She shouldn't be like crazy. She should be.
No, she should be, because it's Pinkie. You can make her as crazy as you want. It's still normal.
You can, but she's not gonna go murder Twilight. This isn't Smile HD. This is. We're going to a party. You don't want Smile HD. Crazy, sure, not Smile HD. Her teeth should not be falling out. It's a nightmare. You ever had that nightmare where your teeth fall out?
My teeth fall out?
Yeah.
Not that I can think of.
We have had it once. Here it's a very popular nightmare. That and showing up to places without clothes on, which I've done that. If you've had that one.
I never had that. I can't think of what the majority of my nightmares are. Like, I don't get the falling one.
I get that one all the time. That's the one I get the most. I was going to say, that's my most popular one. It's just the fear of falling.
No, there's no such thing as a fear of falling. It's a fear of hitting the ground.
Yes.
I mean, like...
Well, I mean, the ground is made of mattresses. But, yeah. Really poofy ones. No, I don't have nightmares as much as I did when I was a kid, but yeah, I still occasionally get the falling one. Used to dream a lot about monsters when I was a kid. That's my parents' fault. And it's not because they made me watch scary movies. No, they liked scaring me. Like my parents.
Your mother definitely seems like the one that was just like, yeah, let's fuck with them.
Yeah, no, they were. Sorry, I blew my mic out probably, but
no, you shouldn't be able to. I think I did it right.
Let
me know if it does, but shouldn't.
But yeah, they had this mask, right, of this two-nosed monster that they wore all the time just to scare me because they thought it was funny when I got scared of this mask, and I was terrified of this mask. And on top of that, my parents, and I'm finding out as I'm getting older, most parents didn't do this to their kids. My parents made me go to bed by convincing me, no question in my mind, that if I wasn't in bed by bedtime, a monster would come down the street and eat me. The boogeyman, basically. They told me the boogeyman was real, and he was going to eat me if I didn't go to bed when I was supposed to, and I believed them. So, and then to top it all off, they had this mask, so I used to have nightmares all the time. The boogeyman with the face of that mask,
and I bet you
pulling me out of bed and killing me.
And I bet you that you told your mom this, and she was like, ha, 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 ha.
She's like, no, she just says, I was so tired, I just wanted you to go to bed. And I'm like, you traumatized me. But it's fine now, I guess.
But it's okay, because you with a lifetime of trauma is at least worth her getting a couple extra hours of sleep.
Right. I still remember one time when she was in college, he's like, Mike, you better go to bed. I hear the boogeyman coming up the street. And I jumped as high as I could into the air, fell on the couch where she had all of her school papers laid out, and just laid on top of all of her school papers. And I whispered to my mom, tell me when he's gone. And I think she was slightly amused, but also fairly irritated that I just crumpled up all of her schoolwork. And she's like, and I remember very distinctly, she's like, no, Michael, that won't work. You have to go to your bed. So I got back up after a moment and ran as fast as I could to get into bed, because I believed I was gonna die. I believed that my life was going to end. Oh, manipulative. It's kind of messed up looking back at it.
Oh, no, it was, but yeah, after meeting your mother, it definitely makes sense that she's she was being a butt.
No, she's a fun, imaginative individual. But she
oh, okay.
a nice way to describe it. You should terrify their children with death. They didn't do what they were told. Look at that wolf.
So I can keyframe motions on anything except anything going up the chest 2 line, because the chest 2 is maybe I could. It'd be weird, but I could.
I know what we're doing. It's already weird.
No, chest 2 is an important bone. It's going to show the full body movement, and I'd like to be able to touch it. But if I do any manipulation to it, the keyframes are going to interact with the animation that's already there, which means I need to now have it split in 2, and that's what I normally do with helpers. So if you need a single bone broken into multiple separate animation groups, I guess this would be the way to do it. So we're going to call this chest 2 helper. Okay. And we're going to put that right there. And first we're going to do is take the animation she already has done. I did something very similar to this when I had to do Twilight with the mechanical legs, because I had to add 2 models connected. And we're going to take the chest 2 and lock it to... Looks like I can't do the root of it, but that's fine. Okay, so we're going to say that, and we're just going to 0 it, so that it's basically copy pasting everything that motion for the other one was on. Okay, and then I'm going to unlock it, and now it's basically a copy paste of that motion, and I'm going to lock her chest, or the poly, to the chest 2. So now we're going to 0 the chest 2. So now the chest is doing its normal motion based on it being locked to the helper. But now I can keyframe this bone to do whatever I want, and it will still have that. It's a little minor motion, but without it, it just kind of breaks down. I really wish I could kind of do it with chest 1 as well, but I think I'll instead just add that after the fact if I need a little bit of extra oomph. Okay, but now let me get back to the keyframes I have set up for her. So we had neck and head.
I just went beer and you barely touched it.
You had 1 beer. This is 2.
Yeah, but you still barely touched it. So you had to chug it. Holy crap. You just downed a whole beer.
It's just water.
It's like very nasty bitter water.
Actually, you know what? It's still better than Coors Light. I was at my brothers and my family's place for Thanksgiving, and my sister-in-law was like, "Does anybody want any water, juice, beer?" And I'm like, "What do you have for beer?" Coors Light. I'm good with my water, please. I told her I already have a water, but thank you. She's like, "Ho ho ho." Yeah. This is better than Coors Light.
I don't know a lot of younger people who drink like Budweiser and Kohler Light and stuff. I wonder
yeah, but that doesn't mean that it isn't a popular thing. That just means that your crowd.
Well, I believe it's popular, but I believe it's popular with an older generation.
Yeah, sure, okay.
So I'm wondering, like 20 years from now, what kind of state those companies are going to be in.
No, the benefit of Heineken and Coors is they're cheap.
Yeah, that's true.
If I want to, like the beers that I tend to drink are like $2.50 a can for the big can, but like that bottle was probably less than $1.
But like whiskey Coke is cheaper, and I would rather drink that.
Yeah, but beer is the thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I've got an artist of people that drink Bud Light. It literally has more rice than wheat. It's not beer. It's gluten-free, for God's sake. Yeah, well, any of those American beers, they're American beer. Well, I mean, Heineken or Guinness is still pretty good, but there are still outside, I'm going to call them like essentially like European domestic beers. Don't know if that's probably the way wrong term. that aren't that great either, because there is a price to quality difference. I have a thing with liking to buy local. If I like trying new things, and buying local is just supporting local business, people trying to make cool things that have a passion for something, and I'll always do that.
It is my understanding that companies like Budweiser only really became popular in the U.S. because they were the first to get production running after Prohibition, and people started drinking it because it was what was there, not because it was the best one. It was because it was the quickest to the punch. It just became an American staple. Now American beer is awful.
American mass-produced beer is awful.
Yes.
But I would say, too, that craft beer, or just anything, like if you want a good quality product, the mass-produced is probably not going to do well. Because it's made to be bottled, shelled, shipped, where a lot of the craft stuff is local, so it's about a short distance to go, and it doesn't have to put as much other crap in it.
Where's Blue Moon made? Because I know, like, my two favorite mass-produced beers are Guinness and Blue Moon, and I know Guinness isn't made in the U.S. I don't know if Blue Moon is.
I actually do not know. Belgian it's a Belgian style, which technically that's a Belgian style.
Yeah.
But wait, no, it's originally brewed in Golden, Colorado, so it's American.
Okay.
But
that one's not bad.
No, that one is. It's probably if I can't find any other at a restaurant to get, and I want a beer, Blue Moon's probably what I'll do. With a slice of orange.
Blue Moon's my
I'm
second
millennial.
choice for. I'll take a Guinness first, and then Blue Moon. But everything else that's mass produced, I'm just not really a fan. I would like to actually start making cider here, but I think we need a bar first.
Well,
I mean, we don't necessarily need a bar, but it'd be nice to have the bar to keep it at.
Well, no, the bar. The idea I had for the bar is now going to be like half or a little less than half the size.
Okay.
So, because where I put the table over in the side there is going to be where the bar is.
Okay.
But it's going to be a fridge and then probably like a table thing underneath it on the one side. So if you're looking for a big space to hold a keg,
I don't really need that much space to put it. I just need someplace to store it. It'd be like a $5 or 5-gallon carboy.
Oh, we'll see.
It'll make any area it's in smell like yeast.
Oh no, we're not going to do that in the basement. You do that like outside.
Yeah, I guess you could.
Yeah, why would you want to do it in the basement? I want to put like 50 gallons of liquid in the basement with carpet not near a drain.
5-gallon.
I don't care.
I used to make it in my bedroom.
What are the?
That's what I used to do in my parents' house. I used to just make it in my bedroom.
Because that's where your toilet was.
It is where it's at now.
Cheers. Okay.
I can just make it in my bedroom again.
By the way, it's brought by InBev, a European company. They're not even American anymore. Yeah, but they're not gonna change the recipe because that's what people get. One Halloween, her and her friend was watching a werewolf movie. Mom went into the bathroom and glued cotton balls on her face, stuck a cotton candy corn in her mouth and fangs. She took outside to the nearest window and scratched it. And then my sister looked all scared of that. So the sister peed herself. Okay.
That's sad.
Well, that sounds both mean, but it also sounds like what Michael's mom would do.
Those kind of stuff she did.
Oh, evil Brian. I lived in Germany when I was younger. Every summer we had a block party with our German neighbors. One of the Germans tried one of my dad's beers, and in Germany said it was water. Yeah, even like compared to the other craft ones, like this one, it does taste like water. It doesn't have texture to it. It's a lot of the beers I like because it feels like it kind of adheres to your mouth a little bit and kind of like, I wouldn't call it as thick, but it just has a texture to it. There's no texture.
I think the best way to describe an American beer is hops tea.
Well, even this has a little bit of background hops, but not too bad. There's definitely more. Like I do not like IPAs.
Brought the derpies. Hello, evil Brian. Yeah, that's what it says. I think there's a J in there. Evil J Brian.
Evil J Brian. Yes, and hello.
Yes.
And he's got derpy emotes.
He does have derpies. That's why he's
where'd he get
very
derpy
welcome.
emotes?
From a magical place that I wish to visit someday. Go on the Discord, post derpies. There's a channel just for derpies. I posted there today.
You post there every day.
You know what I posted? A derpy.
Oh, I thought there'd be more attention detail to that.
There doesn't need to be more. That's all you need. Is it a derpy? If you can check the S box and post it there. Play for work, please. The one stipulation. Some people like to be cute and post pictures where derpy's just like a small speck in the background, but that still counts.
Mm-hmm. No, I forgot her leg.
Just gotta zoom in on the derpy.
I want to make her actually like have a feeling of panic, and that I have to have her kind of flailing a bit. So
she needs to be trying to like grab for the bookcase and stuff.
Bookcases are too far away.
Maybe she was dragging her past stuff that was just on the floor. Like maybe if there was like a book that was just lying on the floor first, and then it could get a little bit progressive. Like first she grabs a book, and then she grabs a broom, and then they're just like passing by Spike, and she grabs Spike.
But how long is she being dragged for?
I don't know.
You're talking like that's had to be like a full minute.
Every minute's advertising.
It's the whole idea is probably this amount of time. So, I would not even say that. Maybe
I think the magic number's 3 things. She has to grab onto 3 things and throw them at Pinkie.
No, I'm probably gonna stop at about here because this puts it at about 5 seconds worth, and so she can start trying to like flail around and grab stuff and whatever. But if I put it too much longer than that with the camera shake like that, it doesn't. If I stay in the shot too long, it moves from trying to be scary to being comedic, fully comedic, because it's holding on the same shot too long. So after this, I'm going to be basically shifting to a shot that is like this as she gets pulled into the blackness of the door.
It is going to be darker, right? The shot.
Kind of.
Because like if you're going for horror, this is too well lit.
Well, no, I have everything lit right now so I can see it.
Yes.
I mean, even it's going to be closer to no, not that. Whatever these other shots are for lighting, but I just realized that it's like she is an expert librarian. Like, put the books away.
No, kung fu book replacement.
Put the books away.
She's so good. She's the librarian for the ages.
So I'm gonna have to really work on the timing on that, but
I like how in every fan fiction I read regarding Twilight in her library, Spike who ends up always cleaning up.
All right. Cheers, Darkwing.
Wish I could make messes and just have some little dragon clean up after me. That seems nice.
Oh, I'm dumb. I don't want that.
No, you have to drink it.
No.
It's the tiniest bit.
Yeah, I'm done.
Hello,
Poker Demon.
You want me to rinse it out?
No, I want a smaller glass.
Yeah, I'll bring the glass.
Kissing time is dehydration time. Yes, we were trying to finish that off. That was 2 Heinekens in 45 minutes, but
of course we should probably wait at least another 15 minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait a little bit.
Yeah.
Distributors refuse to distribute the low grade beer. That's why the beer companies started distributing with their own trucks. I don't know about that.
I mean, money's money. Why would they refuse?
Yeah, it's money. They don't. The distributors wouldn't care about quality. You could say like, because distributors are anybody that owns a truck is gonna go and ship it for you. They just like putting their logo on the side, but I can't see any company that's willing to not take money.
A lot of times, the only part of the truck that you see going down the road that's actually owned by the company is the trailer. The truck itself is more often than not private owned. Not all the time.
If it's a sleeper, it's more than likely owned by the person.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
But if it's not, then it's no. And even if it is a sleeper, sometimes it is owned by the company, especially more lately, because then they can just lease it to the person and as a method to get more money out of them.
I hate that.
But even the people that do own it, it doesn't matter because the amount of money it costs to just run those things. It's like, hey, look, they're making 150, 200,000 a year, and like 2/3 of it goes to just making sure the truck keeps moving.
Yeah.
So
especially if they're making them pay for their own
truckers
gas.
make a ton of money, and then they spend a ton of money too.
Yeah, they're not getting rich. That's for sure.
I'm trying to get my girlfriend's birthday gifts. Ooh, well, happy birthday to her.
Yep. Hope it's a happy birthday. Make sure you eat lots of broccoli and drink lots of beer.
We're going to take... Actually, no, not like that. We're going to do... this.
I almost feel like you need to have the shot from the front. I think you need to have the shot from the front.
Why?
Let's turn the camera to the front.
No.
But I want
You're saying it for a
see how
reason.
Yeah, but you can't just determine that reason, so you need to move it to the front.
No, that can determine the reason, and it is badness.
No, it's good. What are you doing?
I'm creating variety.
But it's far cuter when her hooves are just straight out. You want to see those hooves. Those hooves. Look at them.
Just want this.
Yeah, look at those.
That's cute.
The hooves?
She's scared.
I'm not looking at her face. I'm looking at her hooves.
No, what about that? That's our face.
That's cute too. Just the whole shot. Just have her snoot. Like the rest of it doesn't matter. Still want that. What was it? Snoot photo shoot. That's needs to happen. High Point? Is that a brand? I don't know that brand, Sunset.
There's a law in Oklahoma, Kansas, and Colorado regarding distribution of alcohol. Actually, every state has a law, a different law about the distribution of alcohol. That's one of the reasons that local places don't really cross borders with what they sell, because as soon as you do, laws get messy and expensive. We used to have a map when we worked on the wall for alcohol distribution, because if somebody was selling like beer and we were shipping a crate or a pallet of beer, you had to actually figure out what states you were going through, and you had to go through specific ones, because crossing through a specific state that had a law about alcohol coming into state would have problems with that. So you would have to be like, well, you can't go here. It got really messy.
There'd have to be some sort of compromises, I would think. Yeah, especially if a lot of distributors had to go the long way around. It's a lot of extra money.
But they're not being sold there. It's going through the state.
Yeah.
So the state doesn't care. Get the fuck out of our state is what they're saying.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, all the states had different laws, and there was usually like 3 or 4 different levels, from not at all to like with permit or something. It was all these different rules, and the top 2 were the ones you were okay with doing.
Which was the not at all state? Do you remember?
I have no idea. I worked in that like over a decade ago, and even then it was 5 years before that I was actually doing the long haul logistics. So no, I don't remember.
Remember growing up, the county I lived in was still a dry county. No alcohol was allowed to be sold in it whatsoever.
It wasn't about selling. It was just about distribution and passing through. The laws are complicated. It's because every state kind of is their own, what do you call it?
Laws.
Every state has their own rules on everything because just how the union works.
I remember hearing about train lines who would actually have bars, but then as they were passing through certain counties, they would have to say, we can't serve drinks while we're passing through this county. So they would have to wait till they got out of the county to start just serving drinks at the same bar again. It was the same bar the whole time, but depending on which county they were in, whether or not they could serve drinks. It made sense. It's just silly. But yeah, how it goes. The county I lived in was dry when I was young. I think they have made some exceptions now to try to draw in business. It didn't bother me too much because I would just buy alcohol one county over on my way home from work. So it's whatever. Kind of hard to regulate things when it's only on a county level. We actually had bars and liquor stores called, I remember this one liquor store called Last Chance right on the county line. Just because they knew people living in the county over wanted a place to buy liquor. I think once the county actually opened up a bit, those places went out of business almost immediately. They weren't very good.
Okay, man. Being a little weird.
See you, Sir Edward.
All right, see you later, Edward. Okay. I made an adjustment to the way the chess is done so that it actually keeps her more level. Not perfect. I bet you if I smooth this, it collapses. Not. That's not too bad. Okay, we could actually keep that. I was afraid it. Well, this is a pretty decent body motion, so maybe. So we just decided then to fight the distribution back in the beer companies. Beer companies, especially the small brewers, were pissed over the new proposal to change favor the big distributors. Oh yeah, I can see that. Well, and that's our whole everything runs on the bigger the company, the more sway they have because lobbying.
More lobbying power, yeah.
But that's kind of okay because I like if like craft beers existed outside of if like say Washington beers had an easier time getting into our state, maybe great for them, but then it's also going to make it so all the people that are local to the state have more to compete with. So all it's going to do is create more bigger distributors. That doesn't really interest me because it's just going to get back to having the Bud Lights and the Coors. I kind of, at least right now, like the way it's done so that you get the small hometown feel to some of the bars. Like if Sociables suddenly went national, like would it be the same anymore? I don't know. I think it would. It
is multi-state now, isn't it?
It's so they've gotten larger, but they've still kept that same mentality of stuff. But if they suddenly game where they were selling to all 50 states and had to maintain the supply of it, I bet you they're going to lose that, and they're going to like Surly kind of gotten that way.
They might keep the microbrewery alive just as a tourist attraction, but it would be super crowded. The thing. Like I'm willing to bet
it wouldn't be touristy, but Surly's huge.
Yeah.
But a lot of their stuff to me is kind of just tastes mass produced now. It doesn't taste like quality stuff that you can get, and it's not really any cheaper.
Like I'm willing to bet even Budweiser has like a bar near their main facility, wherever that is.
The Miller, the bar, the hotel that you stay at for Cider Fest, there's a big Miller sign because I think that's the Miller bar.
Yeah,
that's actually the whole bar is named after Miller. So yeah, there's some stuff like that kind of.
But whether or not they're microbrewing the stuff for that bar, or if they're just pulling from the mass-produced stuff.
If they're microbrewing, then it is tasting nothing like. It's like Starbucks, to ensure that Starbucks coffee tastes the exact same everywhere in the world, they basically own exclusive rights to a very specific area in Indonesia, and they get all of their beans from there. And then every machine at every place is a very specific machine that automates the making of the coffee, so that every cup of coffee is essentially the same. So that if you go to a Starbucks in Seattle and in Florida, you get essentially the same cup of coffee, because that's what people expect. So the bigger something gets, the more watered down and proceduralized their process gets, to where I like being able to go to a coffee place and not know, like, having a different flavor every time. I don't want to have it be a copy paste, but some people, that's what they want.
I like Starbucks.
Mm-hmm. Starbucks is about dark roast, and I've gotten away from dark roast. Budweiser, Blue Moon, Land Shark, and Shock Top are brewed downtown here. Yeah, I'm guessing that if you had Budweiser brewed locally, it would be better. But I'm guessing then it's really the same Budweiser. They probably weren't going to call it the same thing, because if it's not the same mass produced,
might be the same recipe. They're just making it on a smaller scale.
But I bet you it's not going to taste the same.
It probably tastes a little better, yeah.
Maybe. You never know. It's just going to... I mean, you can have better tasting piss water, but in the end, it's still piss water.
Yeah, it's still going to be piss water. I don't see Budweiser making anything but piss water. I know that Budweiser had a really hard time. I think it was Budweiser. They're the ones with their own seltzer now, right? They have a seltzer?
Everybody has a seltzer now.
Yeah, I think when they came out with their seltzer, nobody was buying it because they thought it was beer.
No, they marketed it pretty specific.
Yeah.
I think I wouldn't have bought it because it would be like, oh, it's like that crappy beer, but now it's a crappy seltzer.
Yeah.
Why would I didn't get. I'd rather still buy a different one. Maybe it's good. I mean, it's a seltzer. I mean, it's just carbonated water and fruit juice. You can't really mess it up too bad.
It's hard alcohol, carbonated water, and some sort of flavoring. That's all a seltzer is. And sugar. Can't forget the sugar.
That's what the alcohol is.
Yeah. How cute that horse is. He's like, help. I'm too adorable. That's what that face is. It's the I'm too adorable face. She kind of looks like a turtle. If you colored her green, she'd be a turtle.
On your left shoulder, there it is.
Can you color her green and put a shell on her back?
No.
Darn. Turtle.
No.
Turtle sparkle. Ah, cool. I like the hooves the way they were in G4 over G5. And yes, it's some bias.
What's wrong with the little foofy ones?
What? Because that one's like a little marshmallow. It's just like oh no, it's my marshmallow hooves. They had marshmallow hooves. I like the furlocks or whatever. They're fine. Because I did kind of. I don't prefer it one way or the other, but I think these hooves are a little cuter. I kind of wish if I was to have one gripe about the G5 hooves, the heart on the hooves is upside down.
Okay, but that's because that's how hooves work?
Yes, they're supposed to be the other way around, and they put them...
No, but... Michael...
It's upside down!
It's a kid's show, Michael!
It's upside down! Whatever. Conservatives can still be quality.
They're quality.
No.
Quality.
I mean...
Have you seen Paw Patrol?
That's garbage.
How much Paw Patrol have you watched?
An unfortunate amount, because Giz turned it on and we watched like a marathon at one time.
Why?
It's like 10 episodes in a row we watched.
But why?
Because Giz turned it on and I didn't have the heart to turn it off. Half the episodes are just like rehashed animation. That's how they pump them out so quick.
That's what Pony was.
Well,
at least early on.
Like, the droid sequence in Power Rangers, where it's the exact same scene over and over again, but they have it in every episode.
What do they call it? Sailor Moon. The transformation sequences?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was like that, except super long and in every episode.
Hello, Stig. Thank you for the resub. That's 6 months, half a year, 3-month streak. Thank you very much. I hope you're doing well. Happy Thanksgiving. But yes, hello. Upside down hoof hearts are annoying. Hell, just the hearts are annoying. Yeah, just get rid of the horse.
I don't mind the heart so much, but the heart is upside down. Like, animators, just flip them around. Nobody will notice. Some people will be happier about it. Like, look at a horse hoof, guys. Seriously.
They did. It's not like they were like, okay, guys, we need to make horses. No reference materials.
No.
Off the imagination.
Like, you ever see those old pictures of cats from like the medieval, like the Renaissance, from people who had never seen cats before?
Baby Jesus.
Yeah. Why are you saying baby Jesus?
Because I think there's just something that they portraying of children they couldn't do, so they always showed him as an adult. But then it was really creepy because it was a kid with an adult's face. Remember, you've seen that stuff?
No, I haven't, but I can imagine.
Yeah, like
I just remember.
What was it? Why are babies in old pictures? Why babies in medieval paintings look like an old, like ugly men? Yeah, when they always do the like this.
Yeah, just a tiny man.
And they had a full reason for it, because like here, this looked like a baby, but this was not a baby.
That's a grumpy little tiny man. But then again, Mary isn't.
The scary man babies.
The scary man babiys.
But there was a reason. We're very intentional, drawing the line between religion and the Renaissance, useful tool in considering other basic things that are lovely. Think about styles chosen. Blah, blah, blah. 2 reasons. Most of these medieval were depiction of Jesus. The concept of a monocular Jesus affected how children were portrayed. Okay. And medieval artists were less interested in realism. Okay, maybe. But yeah, there was an actual reason, but I love the whole thing of like, why were babies ugly in these pictures? Maybe because our babies were ugly.
My favorite thing is just the cats, because there were people who were like, never saw cats, but they wanted to make paintings of cats. So they basically just went off descriptions of what cats look like. They do not look like cats. But I mean, it's such a small, simple thing, and it feels like they screwed it up. I don't know. Is the heart on the bottom of the hooves? I think that's actually a good idea, because horses' hooves and ponies' hooves are kind of heart shaped. But then they put them upside down. Maddening.
Because the idea with this, going with, is that just kind of going to grab. I'm not going to animate the grab in here. It's easier to not keyframe that. And then I'm just going to have her kind of do it. Basically, one arm's pulling back, and then the other one starts pulling backwards. Then the one completes while her other arm lifts up to go over it. It's kind of the idea. We're going to grab the neck and head, though, and we're going to go. I need to go back to a forward position.
It really helps with the song if I can't hear the song.
Maybe I know the knowledge of music and tell you the this is all Prince Whatever is what I'm playing right now. This specific one is Your Own Sky. Came out this year.
So go listen to Prince Whatever.
Yes, Prince Whatever. Whatever.
Yeah.
Yep, it's well, you probably find it the other way. But very good musician. Amazing music. Super cool dude.
Sounds like a real champ. Yeah.
Okay, I gotta fix that.
Fine fellow indeed.
Okay, so she's gonna go back from there.
She tried biting the ground. That would probably hurt. Not really sure how.
I could, but to really show it, I'd have to get the arm out of the way, and then to do such would be hard to undo. So.
He's so cute. Her peril is adorable.
What? I'm actually going to back this up a little bit. We're going to copy paste this a little bit. So she's doing this. We're going to grab this right here and we're going to mark this. So if a tip for SFM, M is to place a bookmark wherever your pointer is. But if you ever use Alt M, it will place bookmarks at anything that you have standoffs at, which is super nifty. So here I knew this was gonna be a section I need, so I just marked it off.
Sir, I've watched enough Sesame Street to know that M is for monster. Don't try to trick me. C is for cookie. Boy. Big brain.
Well, this is the wrong leg, actually. I'm gonna go with this one. Okay, so so she pulls back and then she needs to go to here. So I'm gonna say this. She goes to here. Okay. So this arm needs to be up here. This one needs to be. I'm a little concerned with the way these are. So I'm gonna meld because, like, her shoulder kind of morphing in here and stuff is gonna be when there's like multiple bones that are bending. And I have a feeling when I round it that some are going to bend, start a little bit more outwards. And so when I round it, some of the legs are going to go under the ground. It's going to take some fixing. I know it's going to happen. But that's a future Andrew problem.
Doing with those hooves?
Hmm?
What is she doing? She's trying to eat her hooves.
She's so scared.
Do you have her pawing at the ground at any point? Like, oh.
That's kind of what she's doing here.
She doesn't even try to fight Pinkie because she knows Pinkie's too powerful.
You can't fight Pinkie. She works out.
She does. They had an episode about that. I think she was the only character they actually ever showed actively working out.
Oh, yeah, it was like the one with the twins, wasn't it?
Can't remember, but she was wearing shorts. It might have been the twins one, yeah. I don't like the sweatband.
Mm-hmm. I think it was with the twins.
Yeah, that was a good episode. I liked that one. I remember the episodes I really liked, and then I remember the episodes I really didn't. And really, I think one of the reasons Pinkie's one of my least favorite characters of the main six is because one of her season one, her first like big episode, season one, is my least favorite episode of the season, which was Feeling Pinkie Keen. I think it was either Meriwether Williams or that other guy whose episode I really didn't care for. Which in my mind just emphasizes why writers are so important. If there's anyone on a show that makes a show either fantastic or poor, like animators matter, sure. Writers, they do. Animators matter.
Oh, you're making it sound like it's contrary.
Well, you're doing both. You write and animate.
Well, they wouldn't call it right.
You create the story that you Nobody's making this for you. I mean, I'm here throwing out ideas, but I ain't making it.
Yeah, and I ignore them all.
Yeah, you do. But yeah, no, like the writers are so freaking important. And that was the thing in G4. I could tell you each and every writer, just about, at least the prominent ones, who were with the show for a while. I can't tell you anything about the Generation 5 writers. I don't know. But, and I'll probably never know because none of them really. I haven't seen an episode yet where like that is what I want to see more of. For Generation 4 Sonic Rainboom, when that episode was aired, I found out very quickly who M.A. Larson was. Because that was my favorite episode, and that was kind of the episode that made me fall in love with the show.
Has one of my favorite rainbow animations, when she's cowering in the corner. Mm-hmm. And she's shaking. She's like, oh no.
It was a good episode. It was a little very meaningful. The oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Like, solidified her as adorable.
Glad you agree she's best horse.
Best of the main six. She's my favorite of the main six.
Mm-hmm. You admitted it.
Yeah. Therapy was in that episode. So, he's in the background. He was there. Like, yeah, like, they had amazing, like, I think for G5, GM Burrows helped to bring the show to the new generation. And she was a good writer on G4. And, but then they got rid of her immediately after the movie. Guess she was too expensive? Too busy? Unclear. It really kind of feels like they're scraping the bottom of the barrel with writers. Sorry if any of those writers are watching, but no. Flip the hooves, hearts around. Let Hasbro make everything into a toy.
But I don't think this would be possible, but I want to see, can I just like completely flip?
I think her spine is now shattered.
Yeah, but
She's like, I've never seen my own butt from this angle before. It's fascinating. If she was to flip around, her whole body would have to flip.
Yeah, which is, it's possible, but I'd have to flip her back, and I would have to do it in it's so short a time. It's just not worth it.
Well, maybe if she like kicked off, she could flip around.
No,
with her front, she kicked off the front legs. But I think the idea is Pinkie's pulling her so fast and so hard and so overpowering, can't even. She's at her complete mercy. Oh, she's like my hoof. Look at it. Oh.
She's just like, ah!
I will say I found this out on the Vine, but Lauren Faust only initially wanted 3 seasons.
Most things work better when you don't overdo it.
Yeah.
Some of the, like, do you think Firefly would have the cult following it did if it actually continued forward?
I think it only had the cult following it did because people wanted it to continue forward, and it wasn't.
Yeah, and so, but if it did continue forward,
who knows?
It probably, if it were to have continued forward without it ever being canceled, I don't think it would have ever had the following it.
Personally, I'm happy we got 9.5 seasons of My Little Pony.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, what made it have its big thing was because it was gone and people saw the value in what it was. But if you kept it going, eventually people would have burned out on it, and it probably wouldn't have been as big. The fandom itself may have been big, but I'm saying for what one season did.
Sure.
That is a lot of value.
For what one season did, but which is bigger? Firefly or The Simpsons?
Firefly, the Simpsons are bigger.
Yeah.
But I'm saying Simpsons
for what it was.
For one season worth, what they got out of it. Yeah. Hello, Code Weave. Nothing. We're not doing nothing. Pinkie's Dragon Twilight. We're just working on some stuff. They're not moving forward yet. They will be. but it's easier to work on things when they're not. But I got the camera shake going with it. But yeah, because I think you were on here before when we were working on this, but like, because Twilight's she's in the library, and then she gets spooked by some noises from this weird door, which is a spooky door. But then it's like, oh no, there's something behind that door, and she's like scared. She's like, oh, I gotta get my weapon, and so she goes and finds her gun, and she goes to pull it to Pinkie, but then Pinkie's right behind her, and then I haven't made the shot between these two yet. There's gonna be at least some transition to that, but. We're working on at least this because this is funny. So,
well, it's time for me to contribute my part. I'll go get you a different glass. You want me to take that one?
Yeah, I'm going to take this one back.
I'm just gonna get smaller glasses. I'm gonna bring down the bottom.
Which one? There's a spiced apple one. Bring the other one.
I figure out which one's what.
It says it on the bottle. Definitely Oscar worthy. I know it's. I'm hoping to apply for my Oscar nomination sometime soon. Actually, I was going to put it in for other videos. I was going to put it in for Luna's Banishment because that one is definitely a classic. Everybody likes that. Okay, I wanted her to reach forward, then kind of try to push off a little bit. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this really well, but we're going to try. Because I can't use anything for chest 1 right now. I might be able to with the next whatever, the once everything's locked in and animated. But this motion right here scares me because it's rotating. I have a feeling this is not going to stay on the ground without a rig. But this motion is, there's a pony rig, but it's not going to work on this. Minor scope creep scene. Twilight starts to turn that with the gun, but Pinkie pulls it from her grip. Close up Pinkie twirling the pistol and holding it in her hair. No, I want to, because that implies that Pinkie is also an aggressor. I don't want her to be seen as the aggressor. I want this to be seen as just Pinkie doing Pinkie things, and Twilight just reacting with too much violence. Actually, you know what? Maybe instead of this, I actually have this bent, because that would make more sense. And I'll adjust the chest 1 location in the next bit. That's why it's nice having this locked. But then I want to have her try to get up, but then go right to this one.
The other one appears to be pineapple. I'm interested to try this one. I know how good pineapple is on pizza, so.
No.
Oh, something's like that. Alright, these are nice bottles.
Yeah, I want to try to get him in the back of the bottles.
Yeah.
I know he probably wouldn't care, but it matters.
You want me to pour for you, or you want to pour it for yourself?
So in the next I got it. Argo Zone.
Mm-hmm.
The
This is the sediment. You don't want to mix it back in.
but as you get down, it's going to get thicker and in there anyway.
Yeah.
It's just about, do you want to deal with a little bit of it over time or a ton at the bottom?
It's just dead yeast, man. I don't know.
Okay, well, you get the bottom. Oh, thank you, Blair. Can you put this on the plastic or something over there?
Afraid it's gonna spill.
Well, I know the liquid's going down the side and it's going to make a ring. Nice. Cheers, Blair. This is pineapple mead.
Pretty good. I like this.
It's very strong, but it's very good. Oh, but cheers again.
Heck, it's just like drinking pineapple juice.
That's like 9% booze.
But you don't taste it at all.
Nope. Well, it's there.
I don't taste it.
I can taste it a little bit. If you take a bigger gulp, yeah.
I see. I feel that someone said that it was mandated to be directed towards like a 12-year-old kind of audience as opposed to
The mead?
no G5. Whereas I'm guessing G4 was probably like
No, G4 was directed towards it too, but it was by somebody that also wanted to, or understood the value in having a show that both the parents and the kid could watch.
And I think the way Lauren Faust described it a few times is that they didn't care with G4, at least at season 1. They kind of, it was like a throwaway for them. So she was pretty much given free reign. Oof. No. She couldn't go boo-boos. Yeah. Poor horse. No, I think when Lauren Faust took over, they were still treating My Little Pony the way they treated it with 3.5, where it was something for little children, didn't make a ton of money, they didn't care that much. Like, hey, do something with this. And then it took off after season 1 and they started getting their fingers all over it. Season 2 did not play out the way Lauren Faust wanted. And then she left.
What's the animation? Oh, I might have done something with those legs.
But I think luckily when she left behind a lot of really amazing people that she had built around herself for the show. She left behind Megan McCarthy and Emmy Larson and well, she didn't leave behind Meriwether Williams, but
I didn't realize they animated the shoulders.
who was that other writer? Amy Keating Rogers. She was good. She ended up going to work for Disney. That's money. Talented people made that show.
Are you off your soapbox now?
My soapbox? I'm not preaching.
No, but you definitely have. It's suddenly like, oh,
I'm thinking.
Wait, I have my
about-
viewpoints on this, and I have to release it.
I'm thinking
Take
about,
it.
There's ponies in front of me. I'm thinking about ponies.
I know, but this is definitely not topics that you've not, thought about on end for day after
Oh,
day.
wow. Yes. I've gone way too deep down the rabbit hole. Oh, my goodness.
And you get to buy me get something to chew on.
And at the end of the day, My Little Pony Generation 4 was essentially, what if we handed Teletubbies to Akira Toriyama? That's what My Little Pony Gen 4 was. And it was wonderful. Or horse.
I feel like I might be able to, at this point, just copy paste a little bit. Like some of the side motion and stuff, just reuse it.
I wish she interacted with at least one thing though, like just a loose book on the floor or something.
But if I did, it would have to go by at a very. What would I do with the book? I would have to have her grab the book and do something with the book, which is going to take a good, probably fifth to a fourth.
Well,
of the
even
time
if
I'm
she's
utilizing.
just pushing it to the side or something, or just like trying to like push off.
I can do that. Any of the motion she's doing there, I can just throw a book in, and when she accidentally hits it when going by, it just flings it to the side.
That would work.
Yeah, then I don't have to have her interacting with it.
Yeah.
Her interacting with any physical object would take a large portion of time.
Yeah, like if she's just knocking a book, doing what she's doing now, I just like something should be there.
Okay. And then she's like, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to blend the stuff that I have right now, and I think I might be able to take some parts of it and then just kind of reuse it. Let's see here. Okay, so these are the only ones I want to actually round.
Yeah, Sunset, I think they handed off the whole company to the guy who used to be in charge of Wizards of the Coast. And I just don't think he cares that much about the other properties. At least that's the impression I've gotten. He's focusing on what he knows. And you can't blame somebody for focusing on what they know. What a lot of people do.
What you know is the most profitable, because if it was working before, it's going to be the one that works now. Going forward too. It's a bigger guarantee too.
Yeah. Now Wizards of the Coast has always been Hasbro's big seller. That's why they gave the guy who was in charge of it CEO position. If you're probably asking about My Little Pony, you wouldn't have a clue. I don't know. I want things to work out for G5. I really do. I want things to make a turn.
It won't. What it is right now is what it's going to be going forward. A normal Pony only got a little bit better because they got a bigger budget. This one's not going to get a bigger budget. So what is at the beginning, it's only going to go downhill.
That's the weird thing. The budget is split between 2 different shows and a comic series. And I feel like they need to focus on one thing. And
you're looking at quality, not profits. If they're profiting well enough off it, they're going to keep doing what they do. It's shareholders that are in control, not quality control.
They're not the one making decisions, though.
Shareholders?
Shareholders aren't making decisions.
Yeah, they are.
The CEO is making the decisions.
The shareholders are making a decision because if the CEO doesn't make a decision that the shareholders want, people back out.
Yeah.
So in a way, yes, the shareholders are making a decision. And the shareholder is money.
It is money. I think Ponies does have a budget. It's just split between so many things. And oddly enough, merchandise doesn't seem to be one of them.
I love like your most angry thing are quality and merchandise. The 2 things you want. Everything else, fuck right off.
What else is there?
I know, but that's your focus is because you want quality content because you want to watch quality content, and you want quality merch because you want to buy merch.
Yes, but what else? There's nothing else.
There's nothing else in the world, and there's nothing else in the entire world except for pony merch and pony show.
Yes, I'm just saying they do better. They have good writers for the comics. They have good animators for the 2D version. But the main show doesn't have either of those things. They had the recent special was okay for animation.
Okay, I'm gonna keep it there for now. Okay, so let's just clean this up a little bit. So she goes to reach up. When she does, this hoof should lag behind a little. And then when she's coming down with it, it should go a little bit behind. And then the same thing here. This one should lag behind a little bit. A little bit quicker. And then just a little bit there. Okay. And now, so from here to here, yep, that was right. She needs to have her shoulder, the other shoulder lift a little bit. This is where it's coming into not clipping too much. Okay, and when she hits this peak right here, this is...
Story of a girl.
Wow, aging yourself some more.
Yeah. My brain is, that's another part of my brain that just burnt it.
Can't remember the name of that band.
Nobody can.
I know I did because I own their CD. I thought it started with an S. I swear it starts with an S. No, 9 days. Okay,
9 days.
No, it's not. I'm thinking something else.
Pretty sure that was a one-hit wonder.
No, I own their CD.
Yeah, I didn't mean anything on it's good except for maybe that one song. Monday songs.
Oh, these are all their albums.
Mm-hmm.
This is the one that actually kicked off. Yeah, no, the other ones are that good.
I made a few albums, it appears. I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, I had to sneeze and not all. Oh, I hate when that happens.
Her head kind of does a little bit of a quick one up here. I'm gonna round that a little bit. What is it? Is it the chest that does that? No. Is it the head? It is the head.
If Bronies were to buy 8 to 15% of Hasbro shares, we could leverage for better show merch.
Wait, so if we give them tons of free money, we could push them to give us things that we have to spend more money.
It's an investment. Maybe that's what the charity auction should be focused on. We're gonna try to buy Hasbro so that the Bronies can own Pony.
But they would have to. So you'd have to create an organization that would actually purchase everything.
Yeah.
Which means everybody would have to put money into this, and then only a portion of it would go because they have to pay for the organization. And Bronies are going to corrupt in some way and like steal the money and run to Mexico. So
what Bronies are just going to become a hedge fund.
The Brony hedge fund. It's like Dogecoin, but for Pony.
No, we're just buying Hasbro stock so we can own Pony collectively. That wouldn't go so far. Michael for CEO. Yes, I agree. I like this idea.
That actually scares me.
Heck.
Let's not.
If I was directing Pony, I could do some. I'd make some trading.
It's like Michael gets control of the company, and he's like, there's gonna be a lot of changes around here. Everything canceled, pony only. And then like Hasbro files bankruptcy with
Everybody's like anticipating the first episode of Pony. He's like, I can't wait, and it has the episode with the cameras all zoomed in on the snoots.
Just replace all the articles online about Twitter. Just replace it with Hasbro and Michael instead of Elon and Twitter. Just replace all of them. It would be identical. Like Michael fires half Hasbro staff, sends out email saying it's time to get hardcore.
Oh no, for ponies. No, they can all. It's all right. I just need to hire on a good 3D art director. You know anybody who would be a good 3D art director?
Minty.
Yeah, probably. That actually would.
Not me.
Like, not me.
Because I'd be like, Michael, I think if we did this, it would be some good quality content. You're like, but I said there needs to be snoots being booped. But Michael, we have to please the bronies. Like, no,
just boop snoots.
Boop snoots. 3 hours boop snoots. We only have a 24-minute slot.
Because I think the one thing I've noticed with G5, the 3D version, is that it's been super inconsistent in its quality, and I don't think they have a proper art director, or at least not somebody who knew what they were doing before they got into the job. Like, it's like, you're gonna be the art director. I've never done this before. It's like, that's fine, you'll learn. Like 10 episodes in, I finally learned. Every episode up to this point has been garbage. It's like, and I kind of feel like that's what's happened. Like, I think they're getting there, but it's taking some time. Little Shy J. Haller. No, like, if I was to like hire an art director from the fandom,
as the directors of the hedge fund.
Of the hedge fund.
Having Jay in there sounds like a bad
terrifying.
mix.
Yeah, that's not a good idea.
Dr. Wolf, maybe. I don't know of his background other than the content he makes. But also, it's a hedge fund. Those don't sound like people that know how to run a hedge fund.
Little Shy and me will be very much increase the. We're gonna just make the Derpy show. It's gonna be the Derpy show starring Derpy and her friends, Derpy, and their assistant Dinky Hooves. It's gonna be good. Nah, I do wish they had somebody in there who was like somebody from the previous generation who was running things for the new generation. Like when they brought in GM Burroughs for the movie, I thought that was excellent, and I was hoping that would continue, but it didn't. So if I was to put somebody in charge of it, it would be somebody like her.
Michael,
what?
You're making plans like this is gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen.
I know it ain't gonna happen. I just wish it would. I can dream. I'm a dreamer. I'm dreaming right now. I'm a dreamer.
I'm the dream man.
I'm the dream man.
You know what?
Put you to sleep.
That's what we need. Just put Danny DeVito in charge.
Yeah. It's like an amazing and horrible idea at the same time.
I would totally watch Hasbro more. You know what we need to make? It's a show about sock and boppers and sandwiches.
I like that idea already. Sock and bopper and sandwiches sounds like an amazing show. Also delicious.
That's his character. It'd probably be very different. Him being an actual director of sorts would probably be not the same as him just talking about sandwiches.
Now I just want a club. I want a club sandwich, like with toasted bread. Right here.
There is bread upstairs.
There's ham and there's turkey. I think that's what's on the club. But we got no lettuce. If there's a tomato up there, it's got. Hold on, for sure. I don't know if there is one or not, but it would not be a good potato.
You can make a sandwich without a tomato.
It wouldn't be a club though.
No, but
I want a club sandwich. You need ham. You need turkey. You need tomato, lettuce, bacon, and then preferably mayonnaise. Like on toasted bread. Oh, thin cut, thin slices. What kind of cheese?
What kind of cheese?
Yeah, what kind of cheese?
I love pepper jack, but that's not a club.
No,
A club needs
not.
probably two types of cheeses.
You like Swiss and cheddar. That's what I think when I think club. Probably wrong.
What about American and Velveeta?
Gross. Why don't you just shoot the sandwich? Why
Because that's moita.
put it out of his misery?
Don't moita the sandwich.
Oh, American cheese ain't cheese. I'm sorry, America, but you didn't make cheese.
No, American
You failed.
cheese is not cheese. It is horrible. It is an abomination of cheese.
And as somebody who some people who swear by it, they're wrong. They're horribly wrong. I'm pouring myself some more meat. You can tell the yeast is still a little bit alive. That's for you.
I said you get the bottom.
I poured first. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking.
I give you a rule and then you break it.
It's either sediment or pineapple bits. Pineapple bits. I can see what you're doing. Trying your darndest to keep the sediment in there. I'll drink it. It won't hurt you. It probably doesn't even have taste.
I'm using the light. You know what? I don't even know if I see it anymore. It's all just in there. You know what? Maybe it'll just, like, I'll start seeing shit. Well, see, mine's so cloudy now. Actually, no, you can't even tell the difference. Okay, it's a little bit cloudier. Okay, it's fine.
Perfectly safe.
All right, I'm going to fix her eyes. So her eyes... So when she changes to this position, I'm going to have her blink. Oh. Oh, okay. Actually, I just did that wrong. Okay.
I think the scary part would just be like, I think it would be a good thing to have perhaps somebody who's passionate about the show, in charge of the show, having an entire group of people.
I'm pretty sure that
would be a nightmare.
I'm pretty sure the people that are in charge of the show, in the show specifically, have a passion about the show, but they're not the ones that get to make all the big decisions. They're still, they could be like, well, we're going to do this and this, this, and this. Then Hasbro goes, no. And they can't say, fuck you, Hasbro. We're going to go make our own show with blackjack and hookers.
Yeah.
That would probably be pretty good. It'd be like Hell of a Boss.
But Pony.
Yeah.
I really think Pony would benefit from being just straight up an anime.
Probably work, but choose very well.
Something along the lines of Techi Munio. For those who get that reference.
It definitely has a little bit more texture to it. Like a little sticks to your tongue a bit. A little more tart. Other than that, it's fine.
No. Shouldn't have really any change to taste at all. I mean, we've eaten just straight brewer's yeast before, and then we got in trouble for it.
Which cheese?
No, we ate brewer's yeast, and then we got in trouble for it at convention.
Oh yeah. Well, we didn't get in trouble for it. I made a rule and then it was immediately broken.
Yeah.
No, it was Marmite.
Yeah, that's all.
Conventions have a rule: don't share food with audience members. You can only share it amongst the people that you know. And
because you never
then,
knew.
yes, Kyle at the end says everybody can have come up for some Marmite. I'm like, the one rule going into this is we can't do that. And then the head of programming had entered the room, and then they made a huge mess on the table. Thankfully, we didn't get in trouble, but that angered me. And then Jay angered me again at the last one because he's like, who wants a drink? When I specifically said the rule, do not share drinks from the table. And then he started pouring drinks for people. And I kept screaming his name behind his head, and he couldn't even hear me. I was getting pissed. I'm like, this is going to set a huge precedence. Please stop. this is bad. So, because the last thing you want to do is have a bunch of people running up that you're not checking IDs for and giving them alcohol.
Or finding out that somebody has a brewer's yeast allergy when you're feeding everybody Marmite.
Yeah, it's just that angered me, but at least that was an accident. It was one word that spurred that. Jade also made the mistake there. There's rules for a convention for a reason, and you if you want to keep making stuff for conventions, don't just spit on the rules, because if you do that, you're not going to be getting a convention. That's what happened for BronyCon one year when we showed content that we never submitted. You're supposed to. BronyCon was weird where you had to say, oh, I'm going to be showing this video, and this video, and you have to submit it for approval to their review staff like a month ahead of time. Oh, who the hell has their content even done a month ahead of time? I was still working on it until a week beforehand. There's no way I could. But the people that did the reviewing and the people that actually approved the panels were not the same people. Which means once it was approved, you could just show whatever you wanted. It didn't matter. Well, we showed some stuff that technically wouldn't have been approved, and it angered them a lot. And so the next year, our panel was at like 12:30 in the morning in a horrible room.
Was that because that you scared that child?
The child that got scared, though, that was also on them breaking their own rules.
No.
So, yeah, there was some other issues
it's like
there
some
too.
Five Nights at Freddy's stuff or something.
Yeah,
yeah.
But the whole thing is a convention has rules. If from a panelist perspective, follow them. Otherwise, you're not going to be getting your panels for very long.
I think every parent who brings their child to a pony convention needs to watch that episode of Bob's Burgers first.
Well, I had somebody that had a kid that comes to the convention. There are places for the stuff, and there's two problems where certain people don't know when to keep the adult things to the adult side of things. Like I knew one guy that was wearing a not safe for work pin just on his breast. Like on the strap of his backpack. Yeah. And I'm like, dude, take that off. And he's like, oh, I forgot that was there. Why did you even put it on your backpack? Like, it's supposed to be a PG everywhere, and it's just some people just are super non-respective. And so, yes, it's going to scare adults away. Some of the tweets that we made before about, like, showing we're having drinks or whatever, and they're like, this is why I wouldn't bring my kid to these conventions. Okay, that was in a hotel room. We can do whatever the hell we want there. Right. Like, we're not going down on the floor and offering kids tequila.
Hey, tiny person. You look like you could use a drink. Why is her hair white?
It's just the light.
She's screaming because she keeps getting kicked in the butt.
The amount of kids I usually see at
a handful
at conventions is, I wouldn't even call it a handful. It's usually like maybe 2 to 3 the whole time, but it used to be more, but I think
it used to be more. Yeah.
Well, so the show is just not as popular in that range, I think, anymore. You're not, I don't know of many parents that are going to go, oh, there's a My Little Pony convention in the area. I want to spend $70 to get myself in and my daughter to see some voice actor. I just don't I don't know of anybody that would really take advantage of that.
Well, a lot of the voice actors at the convention too are for the previous generation, and little kids are going to like the current generation, and they have had a few, but not as many. Because they are all Canadian again. Ponies are Canada's #1 product. That and maple syrup. You need to make a video of ponies like involved with maple syrup somehow. I'm imagining this video, and you won't be able to host it on YouTube, but it causes diabetes. You know, one of the cutest moments, Pony. That episode where we're able to Ash eats pancakes. It's a cute one.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Because it's super cute, right? That's why you know which one it is.
No, it's because usually the stuff that's of like that, most people have copy pasted and posted everywhere.
He thinks it's cute. What's burned into his brain. Darwa, she just looks like jump, jump, jump. Eats those pancakes.
Oh, Tom Saren. Do you take commissions? I do not. Normally not. I've done them before, but it's usually not worth the time investment. So no, generally. I've known a few parents who would take their kids to adult drinking parties. I spent one part literally sitting on a 14-year-old boy who got the alcohol and pot. Who got into the alcohol and pot. Oh.
Yeah, I can't do that. I think somebody invited me to a Halloween party once, and I asked them straight up, are kids going to be there? And they said, well, yeah, like a lot of them are going to have their kids there. I'm like, then no, I don't want to be there. And it's because it bothers me. Like, I'm like, I feel kind of bad. Find a babysitter for the kids. Don't bring them to an adult party where a bunch of adults are going to be drinking.
If they're going to be having a few drinks, that's one thing. But if they're planning to like have beer after beer after beer,
it was a Halloween party, so it was probably going to be a beer after beer after beer situation.
Yeah, then no. They're only bringing it because they just don't want to have a babysitter.
Well, I mean, I get that it's hard to find a babysitter, especially on like certain like Halloween night. That's going to be a hard night to find a babysitter. Because you could probably start it earlier, but then if you want to do that shit, don't have a kid. Yeah.
Once you have a kid, your life's over and it's their life now. So
well, that's a little harsh.
It is essentially what it is, though.
A little bit.
You can't just say, well, Timmy, I know that your life's very important, but mommy needs to go get sloshed.
I did have an aunt who would like disappear and just like go out to eat and stuff without her kids. Just like, I'm gonna go to Red Lobster, bye. She would just be gone. Her kids would have to stay home to fend for themselves. She was fun.
Yeah, that's why there's certain laws in place that you can't do that.
They didn't starve. They found like hot dogs in the fridge or something, but she would just like
They found hot dogs in the fridge. This just sounds like your childhood.
No, like
you're not talking about your parents.
I'm talking. The funny thing is, I know this because I would go to stay the night with my cousins, and that's when she would like. I'd watch her leave, so I would be there with my cousins, 10 years old, and the only adult there was my aunt, and she would just leave to go eat at like Red Lobster or something, and then we would be like, I'm getting hungry, and then my cousins would be like, there's chips. And that would be it. She was a card. Ugh. My childhood was fun. But as rough as my childhood was, I had my cousins, they had a little
Kids are weird. We were all kids once, but we all agree that we were stupid. So.
Oh yeah, my parents had a very hands-off approach to my childhood. They kind of just opened up the door. I went outside, and then I came back at the end of the day. And if I wasn't dead, they were content with their parenting. Good stuff. She's getting very animated. Ooh.
It works pretty good. All right, let's see what it looks like when we actually have her moving. Okay, who's Roots in control? It's Pinkie's.
I mean,
Pinkie's like, I got this. And then she's like,
fire. She's like, no, my tail. She's like freaking out about it. She's like, my poor tail. It's so stretchy. I didn't know. Like, turns out Twilight's made of taffy.
Oh, that one needs to stay locked. Okay, there we go.
Well,
now it should
that would be
fine.
maddening. What if your hair tasted good? What if like the hair growing from your head tasted like cotton candy? Like, you think everybody would just be bald? Like, it's like, my hair is delicious. Every time you grow a bit, you just kind of like eat it.
There we go. Okay, apparently her transform got unlocked. I was not stupid as a kid. I was just dumb. Stop being dumb now.
Wow.
No, we're all stupid, and anybody that thinks that they weren't stupid when they were young is just lying.
Buying Twitter.
Yeah, and then they're more stupid now.
Mm-hmm.
It's a buying Twitter.
It's a buying Twitter. Yes.
Okay, that's a little too fast.
Ego is a dangerous thing. Get you in trouble. I like that. I like that a lot. Like, no.
I think she may be going a little too fast.
No, like, it should look like Pinkie hasn't even broken her stride at all with Twilight's weight.
But I want to know, like, is it worthwhile when she's going down like this to slow down the root transform?
I kind of just wanted to drag her over top of a book so she bounces a little bit.
Hold on. So from here to here.
Pinkie doesn't care about the obstacles.
Oh no, that would be where she would go the fastest. And then here to here it was slow down. Okay.
One of the best things was about growing up in a trailer park. You were guaranteed to have crazy neighbors. Like, when you pack that many people into that small of a space, it's impossible. Like, just statistically, you're gonna end up with some crazies. And I used to always remember this one guy who got pissed if we got anywhere near his lawn. Like, keep in mind, the lawn was super tiny, but if we got anywhere near his trailer, he would just freak out on us. Which made it hard because he lived right next to one of my friend's house. That's a fun trailer fact.
What's today's ghost fact?
Today's ghost fact is ghosts are repelled with mustard. If you're being haunted by a ghost, and they're in your immediate vicinity, squirt some mustard in their direction. It'll poof them away for the time being. Do not use mayonnaise. That empowers them. That's ghost fact. Condiments are
The power of condiment.
yes.
The fabric of our lives.
The only condiment we need is, I think the only condiment me and you eat really is mustard. Neither of us are ketchup. We have mayonnaise, but I don't really use it for much. I don't make sandwiches. Or Twilight.
Oh, actually, I did this a little wrong, but I think I only have one I have to worry about. Okay, so lands right here. Okay. So this gave it so that when she's pushing off, she moves a little bit faster. So it's not just a constant motion. It makes it look like she's actually pushing off with every motion. Can I do any motion with this camera? I can. Oh, this is very drastic motion.
Well, it should be pretty chaotic. The whole scene's chaotic.
I'm wondering if I should do like this and then...
I do like that angle a little better. Or either
like this.
more on Twilight or... Okay, yeah, I see that. That's some good stuff. For Twilight, kick with our little hooves. This cute. I'm glad I was stupid as a kid. It left me with a lot of fun stories. Imagine if I just stayed inside the house all the time and just studied and like been a good kid. Wouldn't have been nearly as interesting. Trying to learn how to make ponies in video games.
I'll say today you sat inside with the door shut, all alone, studying, learning how to do something.
Yeah. But it's for really stupid reasons. I'm putting ponies in things. There's nothing dumber than that.
Oh, you know what? I did realize that I still have to animate Twilight's legs. I'm curious if I can just yeah, these are gonna be, I'm gonna probably do a little really cheap motion with the back legs here. I'm gonna go so I'm just gonna say, oh, we're gonna say at the same time this leg goes down. Ooh, that didn't work. Okay. Okay, and then this one goes up, and this one goes down. And then this leg's gonna kind of go out like this, and this one's gonna kind of go like that. And then she's gonna kind of keep it that way for a little bit. And this one's gonna stay up a little bit. And then when she goes back like this, this leg's gonna get pulled up again. Up a little bit more earlier. And I'm gonna do the same thing with the other leg.
Hello, charging.
Hello, charging.
No, looking back at my childhood, I do kind of realize that not everyone that I still kept in contact from when I was a kid who grew up in the trailer park with me. There's some people I still have contact with from the trailer park. 3 brothers in particular. But a lot of them that I grew up with, who grew up in the same atmosphere I did, for the most part, they did not do as well as me. Like, I know a few people in prison. I know some people got really hard into drugs. I know one guy who got married, works as a janitor, and has like 7 kids.
Hey, if he's happy, he's happy.
No, he manages. No, yeah, like, all things considered, I did alright. There's a lot of people.
You did the thing that most people didn't do.
I didn't end up just doing the same thing.
No, got out of Kentucky.
I got out of Kentucky, yeah. Eventually. But even when I was in Kentucky, I was doing better than a lot of people, which made them hit me up for money more than once. Because that's the thing, though, is like, you start to do well when you grow up in that kind of atmosphere, and you end up having all your friends you grew up with hitting you up for money. And then chastising you if you don't give it to them.
Yeah, so they can do that, and then you just say like, okay, that's.
I mean, I
nifty.
eventually had to. It was the only way I got out.
Gave him money.
I gave him money, but eventually I had to cut him off.
I don't know why I wouldn't give anybody money like that. It's just all that's doing is saying it's enabling them to move on to the next bit where they ask somebody else for money.
Well, I mean, when these are your childhood friends, it's a hard thing to let them fall behind.
Yeah, that's actually one of the reasons that I don't talk to any of my old friends, because he borrowed enough. I wasn't making much at the time, but he kept borrowing, and then I had this huge bill, and I'm like, "Are you ever going to pay me back for this?" And he's like, "Yeah," and then I never saw anything. So it got me more and more frustrated, and I very quickly just stopped doing it. And so I'm very hesitant to borrow anybody to money now.
Yeah. I think they kind of I've heard it referred to as the bucket of crabs, where one person in the bucket one of the crabs tries to crawl out of the bucket, and then the other crabs will pull them back into it. Kind of what it is. And a lot of times, if you want to get out of those situations, you have to hurt people you care about. Or rather, you have to cut them off.
Okay. So
Maybe not hurt them, but you gotta move on.
now that I've got it pre-locked down on what she's doing, I can now actually do the chest one rotation. So, so when she lifts up that leg, we're gonna say that she kind of rotates. Let's do a global rotates that way. And then when she rotates this way, goes a little bit this way. Oh, that might be too much. Yeah, a little bit too much. And then she goes back this way again. Minor stuff, but and then when she kind of goes sideways there, I can select all of that and have her actually churn a little bit more. That might be a little bit too much on the down swing. I can probably just churn her like that.
Pinkie's tail need to bounce. Yes, make sure Pinkie's tail bounces. I know you're nearly done.
That's scope creep.
I know you're nearly done, but you should backtrack and make sure Pinkie's tail bounces.
Tinkies? I think you said Tinkies.
Tinkies. That's her new name. I think that's the shipping name I just gave the two of them.
Just two should be still locked here. Yeah, now it actually gives a little bit of oomph, like she actually did fall.
Oh geez, now I just realized that if you shipped Pinkie's husband and Applejack's brother, that's mac and cheese.
You can't be the only one.
No, I'm sure I'm not. Who can figure that one out? That ship probably exists on places in the internet. Just for the pun.
Okay, can I modify her pelvis? Okay, I can.
That was the one thing I didn't have for Thanksgiving. We didn't have any mac and cheese. I can make some really good mac and cheese.
My sister should have brought some.
Like she did last year. Now, I love just taking some shells, macaroni shells, and a big brick of pepper jack cheese. It's really good. And just mix that with some milk. Put some bacon bits in there. Because you gotta have bacon. You can't have mac and cheese without bacon. And
yeah, you can, because I don't hear the word mac and cheese. It's macaroni and cheese.
Bacon, you don't have to say bacon.
You put bacon in everything.
Yeah, and do I ever say, like, is the green beans and potatoes, are they green beans, potatoes, and bacon?
Yeah, the next time I have a cup of coffee and you ever make it,
it's gonna be bacon.
I better be making sure there's no bacon in there.
It'd probably be pretty good. Get a little bit of bacon fat in coffee. Mix it in instead of the cream. I drink that. Listen to my arteries clog. buzzing. That's the light, isn't it?
Hmm?
The buzzing. I hear it's the light.
Buzzing? I'm not buzzing.
I do.
The furnace makes us a little bit of something.
Is there a fan on the back of that light? Because I think that's where I'm hearing
Which
it.
light? No.
Maybe it's the camera I'm hearing.
No. The camera doesn't make any noise either because it's not recording. No, the furnace has a noise that it makes.
I hear the furnace, but that's not the buzzing I'm hearing.
No, I don't hear any buzzing. I think you had a stroke.
I think you're just too old to hear things.
Hmm?
I think you're just too old to hear things. You know, like mosquito noise that you get here as a kid.
I'm too old?
Yeah, you're too old. I think the one thing I got going for me is good hearing so far. It probably won't hold up forever. But I do clean my ears out daily. Probably shouldn't do that. It's probably not great.
You can clean your ears as long as you don't go, like, poking your eardrum.
I've done that.
And you're
a few
technically
times.
supposed to leave some wax in your ear.
Yeah, but it's irritating. I don't like it.
Nifty. Critical.
Oh, it's got a wiggly body. Take help. She's going to take me to the boop store. I don't want to go to the boop store.
Her eyes didn't
Where's
get
she
copied
going?
over.
The boop pit. I just want her to drag her up to a pit, and there's just a sign that says the boop pit. And then she get boops. Doesn't want to get boops. Can you have her taking her to the boop pit?
No, it sounds spooky.
It is spooky. It's supposed to be spooky. It's a pit where, like, he gets booped in.
Yeah, that's probably non-consensual
He
too.
just
So
tosses her into the boop pit. No.
no non-consensual boops, Michael.
Chat, vote on your phones. Do you want to go to the boop pit?
No boop pit.
Boop pit. Scream boop pit in chat. It's like clap your hands. Believe in the boop pit. This is a good idea I just had. I like this idea. It's like, no, I don't want to get boops. It's like, no, not again.
She knows where the boop pit is.
She
No
does.
trade. But then how are you supposed to clean your eardrums? You use hydraulic what's it?
Peroxide.
Peroxide? No.
Yeah.
No, it's battery acid.
No, that's bad.
It cleans everything.
I have put peroxide in my ears before.
Don't put hydrogen peroxide
Like,
in here.
I mean, don't do it, because if you do too much, you'll irritate your ear and you'll cause an infection. But don't do it. But it will get rid of all the earwax, even in the worst case scenarios. But don't do it.
I clean my ears after every shower, but I'm not removing wax. I'm removing water. I'm very prone to ear infections, and so I do it because if any water gets in my ear on cold weather, I will very quickly develop an ear infection. That there's a small little tube that connects like your sinuses to your ears, and that tube on in my ear is smaller than normal, so it gets clogged. And if water gets in there, it can break loose. Because it gets clogged, bacteria will develop, the water will break it loose, and it will cause an ear infection. And so I will usually almost always get rid of the water, and cold weather just makes it worse.
It's the same. I mean, I'm sure I don't have as bad as you do. You have actual, like, proper ear problems. But yeah, I gotta get the water out of my ears or I'll get an ear infection. I still remember how bad that ear infection was when I first moved here. That had me, like, in bed. That ear infection was so bad. I have the means of preempting something like that from happening again, though.
There, Michael, is this still a positive thing?
Only if she's getting dragged to the boop pit. I want her being dragged to the boop pit. Because that would really emphasize, like, she just really doesn't want to go to the poop pit. Just imagining Pinkie swinging her into it by her tail.
Okay, I think I can call that one at least good for now.
Oops.
I kind of want to have Twilight turn with the gun and then the lights go out, kind of like you were saying. I'm just trying to think of how hard having a horse turn around is difficult. A two-legged bipedal isn't difficult. A four-legged creature is, because getting them to turn requires a lot of motion.
Well, like, if you did it the way I have it in my head, the only thing that would turn is she would start to move her eyes to look back, and then, like, she would just start to turn, not turn completely, but start to turn. Lights would go out, you would see a flash from the gun, and then you would see her dragging her.
No, I don't want her shooting.
I like that idea for just a flash.
No, that actually changes the way that I can monetize a video.
Really?
Yeah, guns are a specific thing. If I fire the gun, it technically, in a violent sense, could be considered a larger demonetization level. I'd rather not fire a gun.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense.
I had to mark, just because the Keymark Crusaders had alcohol, I had to mark at level 1 drug use.
Yeah, but that kept it from getting marked for kids.
No, I can mark a video as being mature content only, and it could still get marked for kids. What it being made for kids is not tied to anything else. So you can make a video that says this teaches you how to like do it, and it would be like, that looks like it's for kids.
It is, because the thing they were doing was making chocolate pudding. Obviously. Right, step 1, open the box of powdered pudding mix.
No, I liked the idea
pour it into your mouth.
Of having it turn to like this side to like show her quickly spin to have the gun flop in a shot there and then have the lights go out. Argo will get 4 doubloons from the vid if he did get monetized. It's more of level 1, because there's 4 levels, 3 to 4 levels for demonetization, or for not demonetization, but for identifying things. The bottom level is basically you just admitting that you kind of like fucked things up. Like for drug use is basically saying, I'm promoting the use of drugs. It's weird because it's, why would you ever say that? But whatever. But usually the first level is, it would probably restrict some advertisers, but very few. Then it starts getting like level 2 is where it's going to heavily restrict. And then the last level is you're going to be basically demonetized. But it's more of, I just rather not do that. So
Just weird there's such a fine line between having the gun and firing the gun.
And it depends on like if you're doing it in a comedic sense or not. In this, it would not be really considered comedic to me.
No, it's not. This is definitely leaning towards the spoops. I mean, the boop, it's a scary place.
Does she have the flex on this? I hope so. Aha!
Pinkie is wanted for 43 counts.
Oh, that's
of
the
felony
neck.
booping.
Where's the... They do. Sweet. What's the butt one? Okay, so I can't see it here.
What's the butt one for? Don't touch that flex.
This is the butt.
Don't touch it. Don't touch that flex.
Don't touch it on flex. No, I was hoping that the breathing one was more visible, but it's the 2 different pieces. Oh, that's the one that's close, but it's still not really. I could probably take advantage of the drinking one because that's the neck there, and
That's
there.
weird. What is she, a frog?
It's for drinking. So you take in the liquid, you get a larger mouth, and then you can shrink it down. And as soon as this one shrinks, you increase this one, and then.
That's definitely for a certain type of video.
No, I've used it many times. Like Pip when she was taking a drink of something, and then she throws it down and belches.
Yeah.
I use that.
I'm sure you did.
There are, I'm gonna just, you may not be unsure of this, but horses drink liquids,
Yeah.
and it is useful to have a flex that lets you drink the liquids.
Yeah. No, I agree. I totally.
And you're
totally
immediately like, that's a sex thing. Damn it, Michael.
agree. Do you think they put it in there because they thought horses drink things? Like other ponies? I know what the internet's about. I've been there once. Little Pinkie. I do like the idea of there being some sort of pit. Can there be like a party pit?
Like, I know it's not. I've already got most of this idea nailed down. You keep saying, you know what? I have a better idea.
No, I'm not saying it's a better idea. Take your idea and just put it into a pit. like, there needs to be a pit of some sort that you can toss Twilight into. The birthday pit. Like, she can't escape the birthday pit. I like the idea of a birthday pit.
I don't like how she kind of was slowly peeking up. Kind of like the idea of like you can see her kind of.
It needs to happen fairly quickly because her hair is.
Well, no, I can go.
Her head.
I'm guessing it's her neck. Yeah. So I need to get to be about the same shape. So there and. There and. So that's XYZ. So as long as they're similar, I should be able to have her. Yep. I'll just round it to make sure I got anything else. There. Now she's fully coming in, but I wanted to have her pop in.
That's better.
Slowly. Yeah. So that's where I want to have her just kind of do that, and then I can probably shorten this a bit then. Probably shrink it by even more. Did somebody? I might be able to make her jump to the side to turn, but or I might be able to just cheat it. I don't like where if I say I had her spin around to shoot or to do a thing, but also did another shot like this where I was up close to her head. It'd be really confusing because I would have a shot that looks like Book's going one distance, switching to another one that looks identical with a similar look. It would be very jarring as to what direction you're looking in.
I think you would know which direction you're looking in depending on the direction of the horse.
But again, if I were to take this very similar looking shot and then just do it on this side, would you even know that she turned around?
Well, the Twilight turned around or the camera turned around?
The Twilight turned around.
No.
Yeah, that's why it's like if I were to have her turn around to try to aim at something behind her.
Well, that's why you do the lights off.
But that would be where the lights would turn off.
It would be so easy to explain the lights turning off if you could fire the gun. Then she'd light the light or something.
But you're the one that wanted a ton of lights down this hall, and now you're saying one of them would blow the whole light.
Well, it would cause a flickering. It would be a short.
No, it wouldn't. That's not how lights work.
Well, if you short the hot and the
Do you think it would?
a bullet,
Also, if
if it caused enough damage,
Michael.
you could short the line.
the light is up there,
Yeah,
Pinkie's right there.
yeah.
How bad of a shot is Twilight?
Be a ricochet.
A ricochet on Books?
Off the bookcase, yeah.
No, it's wood.
Yeah.
It wouldn't ricochet off
It's a hard wood. It's all those shells are mahogany.
Well, you know what, Michael, go and stand in front of this.
No, it's dangerous.
Michael's gun safety. Pinkie's wanted for 43 counts of felony booping. Just replace Pinkie with Michael.
Into the boot pit. I do admit that's one of my admissions on Derpy Brewer. My favorite tag is not consensual booping. It's like they're like, no, not the boops. It's so cute. They're like, no. Then they bite. And ponies bite. Got that horse.
How's the camera change work?
I like that. I think that's really shaping up.
I like that, and then I would have still do a little bit more of a back out thing. But then
I do wish as the camera moves up, the tip of the gun moved down a little bit, just to.
But then why would she aim it down? No, the whole point is to have it kind of sneak in there.
Well, if it could float down a little bit. I don't know.
No, because then it's like saying that I am purposely moving things within a shot for the sole reason of giving things space.
Well,
but then it doesn't give it reason for actually having moved down.
It's not too bad because it's not over her eye anymore like it was originally. So I can't complain too much, but it's good. I like that.
The only thing I don't like about this is I feel like it's too much perspective change.
Well, it's supposed to be jarring because
I know, but I'm going to zoom it out a little bit more, like this,
okay.
Because it was changing the zoom a lot, but didn't feel like it was. It was a little jarring in some other ways. If you were watching the gun, it was jarring. But then I want to have.
I just had an imagination pop into my head.
An imagination pop into your head?
Or an image pop into my head. That's what he said. I just had an image pop into my head of Michael restraining like Hannibal Lecter. Oh. Restrained like Hannibal Lecter. Oh, I'm restrained. Sorry. I need new prescriptions. The text on this new monitor isn't as big as the old one. New stuff.
Is that better?
Yes. I can read that just fine.
You're wearing your glasses, Michael.
Yeah.
I could have read that fine. You're wearing your glasses, I'm
have
not.
It big now. I can read it. I can't read it without my glasses, even as it is. I am blind. I'm getting old and blind.
I know, but you're wearing your glasses. You're not supposed to be blind when wearing your glasses.
I think I need to up my prescription a little bit.
Well, then you should go get your eyes tested. But you know what that costs?
Like
money.
It's time too. I have to go to Target. Or pain in the butt.
Yeah, she's like trying to look. I think I still need to turn her head a bit more. I don't want to turn it too much more. I want it kind of be like a.
Not to mention I'm cheap, so I'd wouldn't want it I'd want the one where they have to put the stuff in your eye because it's cheaper. But then you have to have somebody drive you home.
I just no that actually I thought was more expensive.
No, it's the other way around.
So you want to take somebody else's time so you can save money.
You're only saying that because you know I want to take your time. If I was it's like, no, Adam's gonna do it. Oh, okay, I don't give a shit no more.
I don't. But I don't like the fact that you're saying I want to save $10, so I'm gonna have somebody else use their gas money.
Yes, it saves you more money.
I'm gonna charge you. It's $40.
No, that's like breaks it.
Yeah. Wow, you look right through my strategy there.
Darn it, I'm just gonna walk to Target. I don't care that it's like 1,000 miles away now. I wonder if there's like an online version of checking your eyesight. Probably not.
No. Because it would be like, please place yourself this far from your computer.
Yeah.
And then you have to verify that they have a certain resolution of monitor.
Well,
and a certain size.
The only thing they used to do was the eye chart. All they used to.
Yeah, I know. They still use it.
Yeah, but the eye chart's not very good for like actually checking what kind of prescription.
Neither are you, because you didn't have glasses for years because you thought that the world was blurry on purpose.
I just thought everybody saw like that. And then I put on a friend's glasses and blew my mind. I was like, holy shit, I can read that sign. Wow, why can I read that sign? I was pretty sure I probably need glasses all the way back in school, but like I said, my parents were very hands-off.
So to transition from, like, say, her having the gun, I thought about doing flashes, like have it go black, but then have it like flashes of images. But I don't know if that would quite work either. I might have to think on that. Let me.
I can't think of any good way of doing it without firing the gun.
I'm gonna add a slug there for now.
I mean, you could have Pinkie's hoof come up to take the gun without having her actually.
No, because
move.
it's still. I don't. There is nothing to do with the gun after this.
Yeah, the gun should be gone. It should get knocked away from Twilight.
No, she's just not going to have it anymore.
Yeah. Well, something's going to happen where you put the slug. Right.
It's a transition between her being here to here.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be visible or anything. It's about. I just have to figure out the good way to transition it. The slug is just a placeholder.
Are you just
now.
going to have the lights flicker off? Or...
I don't know. That's what I'm still working on.
You want me to do the sound effect? Sound effect.
I wish I could do the turn to look thing, but I can't think of a way to do that wouldn't. Because like it's always the thing of somebody's behind and they show the angle from behind and nothing's there. I think I could maybe do that, but it would require actually putting more effort into her turn. Do I have a turn that I've... Oops, wrong button. Do I have a turn that I've already done to the right that is pretty strong?
I feel like there was probably something in the leaving the stable, but
No.
can't put my finger on it.
How about just some anime style slash line showing motion, then cut to Twilight being dragged? It's essentially what I'm kind of leaning towards.
I don't think you should do anything anime at this point because you've already gone super heavy on the same Remy.
Yeah, so let's just mix all the references.
It's going to be disjointed.
But now you shut up, Michael.
Keep his style.
I don't know if
Fight Ash.
I don't. No.
Probably something in there.
No, it wasn't.
I'm pretty sure.
No, I know what you're trying to do.
Raven Ash definitely turns around at the window. Or starts to turn around. I would check it. I would check it just to be sure. You never know. Applejack turns around at Naysayer. She turns from the apple cart to rarity.
No, but that's small. I don't. Oh, you know what? It's the other direction.
What about the
No, because I did have in here here when she went to turn. That's a strong turn, but it's to the left. I need it to the right. At least it's opposed to the right.
I like that. That's a good pose. Got scrunchy nose. I love that video so much.
That's apparently what got a lot of people into the fandom, which is kind of funny.
When are you gonna animate the rest of it?
Never. And a lot of, I wouldn't need to anyway, because there is already a lot of people that have done the rest of it.
The rest of Fallout Equestria?
No, the rest of what exists of EBC.
Oh, of the radio play. No, you need to go past that. You need to do the book.
I might be able to just half-ass a pose change. So the problem is she's already kind of in a turned pose, which means, because I can't have her turn to her left, because doing so would be weird if she was seeing her on her right. I might be able to cheat it a little bit because, well, you can see her body there. When it goes to that part of the shot, it's not. So let's see what we can do just to kind of do something. Let's grab, I need an unmodified Twilight.
Bring in the stunt double. Did you want to open up that other bottle or no?
I don't know if I want to crack open another bottle of mead.
Did you want something else?
I think I don't feel like having beer after that. Maybe a whiskey Coke. That's about the only thing I can think of. If there's even Cokes in the fridge.
I don't know if there's any in the fridge, but there's ice in the fridge, and then there's Cokes under the thing.
Grab a whiskey Coke, but check if there's ginger ale in the back of the fridge. If there is, I'll take one of those with the pineapple rum I have still up there.
Do that.
Because I think there's only enough for like one drink left anyway. Yeah, I think there might be some, but I think Adam was drinking them. No, it's for a dark and stormy, and that rum is specifically not that great for dark and stormies. And I need a ginger beer. What'd you do? Will. So I need a new Twilight. Okay, so we're going to take Twilight here. Well, not that Twilight. We're going to hide that one. I'm going to move this one here. And we're going to say she's in some position. No, I can't have her turn too much. So I'm going to see if I can... I think I can get away with this. Anyway. We're going to turn her more. Oh, not from there. It would break her. There we go. Mortal Kombat sound can get over here. Kind of. Oh, first, actually, before we do anything, we need to set up where the camera's going to be. So if she's going to turn, so the camera turn like this, I'm probably going to turn it this way now, just to kind of give if the other camera is looking tilted that way, or one way. And then I switch the other side. If I tilt it the other way, I feel like it should maybe give a feeling of shifting. We'll see. This one I want to have pretty zoomed in. And I'm going to have, at the end of this shot, you do a quick thing with the camera where you basically do like... I don't know if I can do that without it being weird. I would have Twilight trying to turn with it, but you do that really quick, and that will give essentially a couple frames. I'm going to do it now, but a couple frames that give blur, and that should help lead the shots to smoothly transition. Because if you have camera move like that without the blur, it jarring. I did that until she gets a raise. I added it at the beginning here when she starts talking about stuff, and it helps create a little extra transition between the two shots. You barely notice it. I was wondering why you guys have we're having so much trouble reading the chat. I don't have any trouble reading the chat, just Michael. We changed it up a little bit where chat is on on the same monitor now, but that's on an ultra wide, so it's easier because I don't have a separate whole monitor sitting next to it that's angled towards me more, and now Michael has just as much visibility on it. She's just blind. Okay, so I'm going to, if I churn her, I'll keep it down there for now. A little bit more this way. All right, with that though, I am going to lock all of her legs except her right ball. Yeah. All right, Blur, and I thought you were talking to me, but you're talking about camera blur. Well, I could have been talking about you. We randomly talk about you. Sometimes we just sneak it in talking about camera blur so that you don't really know what we're talking about. I'm not lying at all. No. Why would I lie? It's Thanksgiving-ish. Okay, I can't really change that leg positions too much because I need her to churn. This one, I'm going to have out a bit. Okay. Okay. When she churned before, is there any implication of hoofs coming down? No. Nope, so I can put them wherever I want. Easiest place is to start this hoof further this direction, because if she starts shifting to that direction, she's going to have to shift her weight on top of that. That's actually why maybe I should have locked it. Originally I wanted to have it lifted, but I think I'm going to have to... yeah, I'm going to have to for now. I have a feeling I'm going to have her do a two-step. It's the only real way I can think of her doing this correctly. By two-step, I mean she's going to have this right leg lift up and be put into a new position so that this one can lift up. So even though it's two-step, it's probably going to be like 4 keyframes. Is there anything that... So her face position does matter, and that actually still is kind of correct. Eyes don't really matter here, but I'm going to do it anyway. Okay. So now I'm going to have her fully churn. And I think the best way to do that is I'm going to figure out the end point first. So I'm just going to pick a random point here. And when I do this, I need to have this hoof unlocked. Three glasses today. There was a ginger ale in there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I thought there was, but it was like kind of 50-50.
Might be a little stronger than normal because there wasn't a ton left in the bottle.
I know it was a weird amount.
It was a weird amount, so I just finished it off.
Okay. It does look strong if it was that a full can, so. We're making horse turn.
Yes. Just change your move. No. Let's turn.
Normally a heavy turn, I always imply that they have to kind of lean down a little bit because they're having to put more weight on one leg.
No. She snapped her poor leg. Good thing horses are made out of taffy.
That means they would melt in the sun.
They did in your one video.
They did. They did melt in the sun, yes.
Yes.
Can I get away with a single leg? You know what? I might be able to. This leg might not be... If I had this one further back, then yes, I would. So let's do that quick. If this one was further this way, I think I can get away with it. Comes down to just looking at it and saying, does it feel like they could support themselves? Or would they fall over from being off balance? If they can stay up even poorly, at least they're staying up.
And even if she can't support herself, I'm sure her parents would be happy to have her back for a while.
Maybe not. She seemed like she could have been like kind of a butt at home.
Right. Like her parents are awesome. She has like the best parents. I don't.
Talking trash about your own mom. Though as we went over today, there was a good reason as to why you would think.
My mom she's great. Like, I love my mother. She loves me to pieces. There's no doubt about it. Her approach to parenting was just like, are you alive? That's good. Glad to have you home. Until I don't want you home, so go do something else.
I want you to live closer to home, not at home. Please, not here. Just close enough where I can choose when I want to see you.
It is kind of funny when I was a kid. She always wanted me to go outside to play. Now that I'm older, she's like, when I didn't.
Wow, you did make us wrong.
Yeah, I did not want to move out. I didn't completely move out of my parents' house. Here's an admission until I was 28. And she did not want me to go. She was not the parent to be like, so when are you moving out? No, it was like, please don't move out. Don't leave me alone with your father. But not for anything bad. It's just like he was a grumpy individual, and he could be very ornery at times. But it was nothing too terribly bad. But yes, she still. If I was to tell her I was moving back tomorrow, she would be ecstatic. Of course, she's moving back in with her parents, so that'd be a little rough.
Oh, she is.
Yeah. Which is an odd thing to do in your 60s. To move in with your parents. But not everybody still has their parents alive when they're in their 60s. So my mom's lucky for that, especially since she's the baby of the family.
She's going to say, no boys. No boys. After 6. Thank you for the follow, Nato.
Hey, my grandparents, they had 7 kids. That's crazy. Of course, I think that was kind of the standard for back then. Like, I mean, there's a reason my parents are part of the baby boomer generation. Everybody got home and then immediately had like a dozen kids. And I think it was kind of encouraged at the time because this is the nerd in me coming out. There's a lot of evidence to show that a lot of countries after major wars will have years and years of like population declines around like every generation or so that corresponds to the generation that fought the war, because there were less people to have kids, but there were less kids. So the next generation that should be coming of age that were their kids, there's a population decline. America, you kind of made sure they didn't have that problem. Like everybody having like freaking crazy amounts of kids.
That looks very exciting. I have no idea what that emote is, though. What is that?
It's very happy.
I have no idea what that is, but it's very excited. So thank you very much.
Yes.
Welcome. We're having Twilight. She has a gun, but it's because there's a Pinkie, so that makes sense.
Yes. I almost don't like that she's turning around entirely.
No, so
I feel like in a horror film, the protagonist, or rather the person about to get killed, doesn't have time to turn around.
she's not going to get killed.
She's getting essentially like.
No, it's like in those shots where they have like somebody that's looking one direction, and then they have like this shadow in the back hall, and then they turn around to see the shadow's not there. That's essentially what it's going with.
Oh, so Pinkie's not going to be there when she turns around? Okay, that I like.
Well, so I haven't used this in a long time. Looks pretty cool from what I can see. Yeah, we're working on it's Twilight. She's in the library and she got her book. There's definitely better lighting for this.
Dude. It's
but she's got a book, but then she hears a noise and she's like, "What's that noise?" And she's like, "It's a very spooky hallway," but there's a noise, and there's a noise playing, but we just don't have it playing right now. But then there's a very spooky door, and there's nothing behind that door unless there is. She's like, "Oh no!" And then
I feel like
Pinkie.
I feel like
wait, I'm trying to explain everything that's going on, and then you're talking. Shut up! All right, and then she's pulling out the books. And then she's like, "It's a guy. Oh, there's a gun." She goes, "I'm gonna get the gun." And then there's a Pinkie, and she's like, "Oh no, it's Pinkie." And he's like, "I would shoot the Pinkie," but we're working on that part. But then Pinkie drags her down a hallway.
Yes, you can get there. Look at how cute she is when she's being dragged away.
She's Twilight is late for a party. That's actually the whole premise of this. So,
if you did have a party pit, you could have other ponies in the party pit. And
I'm not having a party pit.
The party pit's great, though.
Even saying that phrase just sounds weird. Really smooth animation. It is actually super jank to me. No, Twilight. That's not how you use gun. Twilight.
She's not used.
She's not used to this.
She's not even sure where she got it. She found it in a box labeled "Do not open."
I've been doing this for many years, so it's all stuff I'm used to. We're going to so just turn around. We're gonna have the gun.
Wait, would she have it pointed towards Pinkie, or would she still have it kind of floating where she had it before? Initially.
No, she's gonna turn to look. So she's got the turn the gun there. I can't do it too close, but I need to make sure that the gun's like noticeable when it comes into the shot there. So I might. Oops. No, did I change the camera? No, that wasn't. Okay, good. I normally don't do this, but I might increase the size of the gun at this point to try to like imply that it's closer than it is.
Why don't you just bring it closer?
Because it's going to start having depth of field issues. Because this is going to have I want to have some decent. Oh, there it is. Decent depth of field. But if I say have the aperture like this, and it was further, or it was closer, it's going to start getting blurry. and I don't want to have it that blurry. So I do need to move it closer. We're doing a lot of this is what we're doing right now. Brittany is some keyframing. We're doing some planning. Some of it's being animated, but I can do this. It doesn't really look right now. But when the lighting is actually done, it'll stand out more. That's very poor lighting right now, but we'll get to that.
I'll warn you.
Oh yeah.
That stop motion animation is incredibly time consuming compared to using anything that's.
Most of animation, to a degree, is stop animation that you've just smoothed out.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and do some stop motion like animation on SFM where the characters move like frame by frame. Like, I've actually saw somebody do that recently where they did a stop motion feeling animation, but it was still at a higher, or I would say it's more like a lower frame rate animation, but then they had certain parts that were still very smooth. It worked out pretty well. It was just interesting. Not making sure for that because most people want smooth animation. To me, there's really no difference. A lot of like, do I still have my?
You ever seen the movie
thing?
Box Troll? That's a good stop motion animation film.
Well, because say you could make smooth animation, and then every 3 frames you just lock it, and then voila, you have your kind of stop motion. It's kind of a cheap stop motion, but it's a stop motion.
I think the hardest thing with stop motion animation is just maintaining consistency.
I think might be under here. Wait, actually, you know what? Maybe. Are animations in here? Oh yeah, here. So like, this plays. Yeah, it's built in. So like, essentially, this would be stop motion because this is all the keyframes. Broken eyes, but it's just taking your keyframes and turning them more into your actual final thing. So there's really no difference between the two other than just smoothing it out. Trixie. But even here, I think this was where the actual final was the keyframes because it worked better that way.
I did like that scene.
Okay, so I think I can put it in here because it's not gonna matter too much. But we're going to do the quick camera shift.
I mean, if you're trying to go for like the horror aesthetic Sunset, it does fit the aesthetic. I think you could pull off the same thing with a knife, but a gun, I guess. I mean, if you're not gonna fire it, I don't must use a knife.
Oh, actually, this is. I have to do it like this. I've been too slow. Okay. Do I need to actually... I don't think I really have to blend these like correctly. I think I can just go with what it is. Let's just blend it and see what happens. Oh, that's not the right Twilight. This is my new Twilight. Go away, old Twilight.
No.
She's been deleted.
Poor old Twilight. She was a good horse. She was a good old mare.
Old mare?
No. That's what they say in the shows. The westerns. She was a good old mare. Lost her last winter. Just couldn't keep going no more.
Okay, that works. So we'll just have her blink partway through here.
But I think we're supposed to be looking through the perspective of Pinkie if she was still there, but she's gone. I see what you're getting at, though. I'm having a hard time recalling where they have the gun pointed right at the screen. Is that, I don't know. I'm gonna split on that one.
Having a gun point directly kind of makes a lot of people upset. Even in horror movies, the barrel's pointed off center. Yeah, I'm working on that. I'm more worried about Twilight right now.
Mm-hmm.
I can fix it now, though.
I don't think there's any horror franchises in video games that haven't been made into a movie yet that are popular. I feel like horror always ends up getting a movie.
Yeah, that's a little bit off center now.
Five Nights at Freddy's is getting a movie now, isn't it?
Yeah, but
I think so.
I don't think it's going to be good.
Well, it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I know it's not going to be good. Because
Yeah.
if it doesn't have to be good, they're going to go low budget to maximize profit.
Yeah. No, that guy.
You're trying to monetize this niche audience that after the first movie, not as many people are going to watch the second or the third or the
I
fourth.
see his books on the shelf at like Walmart and stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah, but if you're seeing them on the shelf, it doesn't mean people are buying it.
I have no idea.
You get a niche audience, and you can at least somewhat profit. But
I like to think that the sun is setting on that franchise a little bit. Like, I don't hear as much about it as I used to. It used to be all over the place. Which I think the only reason the game even became popular in the first place is because it was fun to watch live streamers be jump scared.
what I think is funny is that you saying it's sunsetting and like hoping on it is probably the exact same thing word for word that people have said about the horse stuff.
Yeah,
Like, oh, the horse show is done. Well, they got to be sunsetting now. And you know what's going to happen exactly with what this one is? You're going to have the dedicated crowd.
Yeah, no, I know there's going to be the super dedicated crowd. And Sunset's a very cute horse when she's being a horse, by the way. But no, I mean, I don't hear about it as much as I used to at all. And I never really got, like, I know there's like the whole story.
Nobody gets the brony thing either.
Yeah, but it wasn't much. It was like, it was just a game that jump scared live streamers. That's all it was initially.
Yeah, MLP was just a show for kids.
Yeah, but it had like story and lore and everything else.
So does that.
Now.
Yeah, now it does.
First.
It didn't have a good story, but then they went and tried to make it better. It works the same. You're in you're trying to badmouth another fandom for being like identical to our own in many ways.
I'm not saying it's a bad fandom. I'm saying that it started on a very limited premise that had nothing to do with the story. Whatever. I'm gonna drink more booze.
He's talking trash.
Why I hold my cup of my pinky in the air like this? Posh. The Brony fandom is a posh fandom. Horses on the better fandom. That's the sound posh people. That's the sound posh people make, I think. Pretty sure. Oh, I like that. I like that it's just legs.
Hmm?
Are you just doing the camera angle from the legs?
No. It's this one.
Oh.
I gotta work on the timing for everything, but I gotta still finalize her animation stuff. Okay. All right, Twilight's position here. We're gonna do. Or no, it'll be from here to here. Okay.
Yeah, I feel sorry for Knightley.
Why?
He's got to make us fun. That seems like an impossible job to me.
He did it recently. Is the new one has a whole section that is called the feature presentation, and it is you eating into the microphone. It's called the Michael ASMR time, and it's literally just a compilation of you eating into the microphone.
I don't like this. This seems like bullying.
It's perfect. It's, and then it's me going, Michael, stop it. Because you're like, oh yeah, I've been eating into the microphone. Hello, Flitter.
Well, because half the time you're like, you're too far away from the mic, and then the other half of the time, stop eating the microphone. I gotta find that perfect range.
Iterating no host anymore. Yeah, the host. I wish I knew why they removed the host. I guess I could maybe see some reasons why. It might have just been eating bandwidth that nobody was actually utilizing. Like, if a channel was being hosted, nobody was going there because nobody was told to go there. It was just eating bandwidth. I don't know. But that's why they just need to enable AV1 encoding, and everything will be peachy.
You only saying that because you got your Intel card.
Well, now I can actually take advantage of it. Yes, that's kind of a part of it.
Yeah.
But also being able to stream SFM at 60 or games at 1080 60 would be kind of nice. Why is Spy holding a gun? Because if there had to be one horse that you would have to want to pull a gun against, what horse would that be?
Any of the stallions.
Like if they were just being like spook. Because I can guarantee whatever answer you give is probably not correct.
Yes. We want to shoot.
Well, actually, you probably read the title of the stream, and that would probably be a giveaway.
He just wants to shoot Fluttershy dead.
No, because it's
make her cry.
She's Pinkie's coming, and so she's trying to run. She's like, "Oh, I got the gun." And so she pulls the gun, but Pinkie's like spook, and then she's like, "Oh no!" And then the lights go out, and then she's being dragged down the hallway because she's going to a party.
Party time.
She's going to party. So
party. We're going to have a party.
That was too much.
Oh, Jurassic. You said my name. Why didn't you say Argo's name? He doesn't like you as much.
Just Michael. I just got home. Hi, Jurassic.
Yeah, see,
he didn't say hi to you. He just said your name.
He's like, Michael.
He confirmed your existence.
Yeah. He's like, I did something wrong.
I don't want to shot any of them. Entwhy and other high-level unicorns can just stop the bullet. I don't know. Adam Adams at home for Thanksgiving. I think they could if they knew it was coming. But it's Pinkie, so she just uses the power of ceasing to exist. Well, you know what? Actually, if this was a spook shot of nobody actually there, I should do it. It should be more like this.
Yeah. Well, you should pull away to that point, I think. It should initially be her turning around and then very quickly pulling away to show that there's no one there.
I mean,
as she's turning around, it should be pulling back.
I think this might not work.
It should be as she's turning around, it should start pulling back. Oh, that's actually pretty good. I like that. then it needs to hold there for a few seconds just to so that we can register that she's not there.
It can maybe work, but I gotta be I think I might have to round these.
Mick.
Mike has a point that sound be good.
I'm always right. That's why he needs to have a pit in this video.
Yeah, he wants to have the party pit.
The party pit or the boot pit or just a pit. Just need a pit where she's like gathering ponies. Like, because they can't escape if they're in the pit. You can't escape the party. Not a pit party.
Put the party on the skin. Where it gets the gummy again.
Oh no. Wasn't there an episode where they show that his teeth are just retractable or something?
I have no idea. You should know that. You're a horse fanatic.
I can't remember if I was from an like a fan animation or the show. It all gets so mixed up. It's kind of like when I'm trying to recall Fallout Equestria and I get stuff mixed up from Fallout Equestria with stuff that happened in Project Horizons. It's easy to get them all confused. You still have to read the expansion to Fallout Horizon. Project Horizons.
It's a little too much. Maybe do one little peg of it. I'm doing too much, I think, distortion looks. I think I'm just gonna do a normal backup.
Sunset, what are you talking about? Shooting ponies? That ain't nice. Shouldn't shoot no ponies. Especially he wants to shoot Rainbow Dash.
It's the hole. Gotta put it in the hole. Just the ponies in the hole. I've bad typing. My dyslexia is hitting hard today. No problem. The only thing is I feel like some of the swing is being lost because of the backup. So I need to make it more aggressive.
Should there even be a swing, or should it immediately just switch to the camera behind her?
No, the swing is to help. You're following her.
I saw it all together. It did look good.
Yep. So by doing this, it's letting the camera swing between the two. That helps a little bit. Mm-hmm. Now that helps.
That looks good.
And the nice thing is now I don't have to now animate going between them. Pinkie's head will be fake. I'm gonna start turning Twilight, so that'll help. But it creates the blur. And actually, so this is one of the annoying things with rendering when I do it this way. Is if you notice there's a difference between this frame and this frame. This one is normally it's taking the frame before and the frame after and kind of blending them, but if you're doing the very first shot, there's no frame to blend, so it just takes two of the same or something, and it creates this like weird first shot. So if I actually do these shots, it's fine for the last shot, but the first shot I have to actually go in here and do a corrective render of okay, that's because the camera, this one is not, but let's just move that a little bit more. But I usually have to do like a corrective render for some of these because the first shot just does not work, and it's not just because of that. I don't think I did that right. Okay.
I'm glad to shoot Angel while Fluttershy is distracted, but what if you're in that like body swap episode that they did where Fluttershy and Angel like switched? That was a weird episode, but what if Angel was Fluttershy? Think about that. I think about that episode a lot. It's a weird episode.
So I'm doing the camera kind of weird because as long as you move these lines of the red, green, and blue all kind of match up, you're fine. And so I'm just kind of moving this so that I can see the same fall off, and it usually means similar enough. The difficulty here is that the rotation isn't correct. What we're going to do is... This is one of these fun shots. This is something they do in real movies, which is kind of fun. So I have a bookcase that's in the way, but it's also visible. So I'm going to, it's about this point that the bookcases are past, but it still doesn't matter. We're going to say from here to here. We're just going to find those bookcases. And we're going to move them out of the shot. And then they come into the shot before they're visible again. There's a pretty popular video about a Steadicam operator where they're following him around in this single super long shot going through an entire room, but there's so many shots where like they go behind a chair that's in a corner and they have to have it perfectly timed, so the moment that the camera stops seeing one of the walls, an entire crew moves the wall out so that the camera operator can go behind the chair, and then once he's fully passed, put the wall back in place so that when he next comes into shot, the wall is visible. It's a mind-blowing complex shot, and it is super cool to watch stuff like that. And that's what gives me the idea for this. I'm like, well, I just move it out of the shot and then move it back. And it's because they do that in real movies.
Yeah, watching them move around the scene just off camera when they're doing like shots like that. I think I know the shot you're talking about, and it's amazing.
My favorite part about that is the guy that goes through the whole scene, and then cut, and you hear the camera operator go, because those Steadicam things are like 100 pounds.
Yeah.
They're stupid heavy. And this guy was doing everything he could to keep his breathing down. And the moment that they said cut, he just was like, oh,
I need to breathe.
And it's crazy the logistics that go behind the scenes of some shots like that. But those are the shots that really make you go, how the hell did they do that? I was actually watching a thing where
it's a shot where you need a good director.
It was so I want to see if I can find it because I do recommend it. It just shows where your mind goes. I want to see if this guy does this coverage of it. Yeah, this one. How James Cameron destroyed a real bridge without CGI. And so the whole video, it's a long video, 25 minutes, but this guy literally goes and he asks the question like 100 times, how did they do this? And then he went and researched and figured out how they did it, because they destroyed a real bridge without CGI, and how they were able to meld all these different scenes together. It's actually super interesting, and I highly recommend it. Watching that. It's by Paul E.T. But it is, I love watching some of the behind scenes stuff for like, not just like, oh, well, I had this creative vision, but like when somebody's just like, how did you do this? And they're like, and then they go into the details of it. It's super cool. I highly recommend watching that though. Because nowadays they're just like, oh, we need to blow this up, CGI. You could do CGI back then, but it was not great. And even now, CG's kind of in I think getting back into a bad spot because it's overworked.
But they're trying to figure out how to do it cheaper.
Yeah, they're trying to do it cheaper, and they know people are going to buy the tickets, so they don't care. But then the studios that do the 3D are given horrible deadlines, constant rework, where they said, do this. And then because the directors think that there was one director for one movie that was saying like every day he wanted to see a full 3D render of the exact scene so that he could see what it was going to look like. But they're like, the 3D people are like, but that's a ton of work. And he's like, that's what you signed on for. And so they were working stupid hours to this whole thing, constantly erasing their work.
Because it's gone from, holy crap, you can make a bridge explode without us actually having to destroy a bridge and save us a crap ton of money. Take your time, do your thing. Well, now it's like, yeah, of course you can do it.
They did it without it because it was a product of circumstance. Yeah. That bridge has two pieces of bridge going side by side, and one of it was under construction, so it was already in a segment gone. And so they said, we want to do a movie. And so they took advantage of the segment being on to film the movie with it. And then they used miniatures to recreate it. And you can't tell it's a miniature.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like the miniatures, like the truck's like this big. Like it is when you actually are told that and you look for it, you can kind of see it, but it's like bam, and it was so well done. But it was a circumstantial thing where they just happened to have this opportunity to film there. But the one of them is Jamie Lee Curtis, I think it was. She's a part where she's like hanging out of the car. They're like, oh no, that's her. She's hanging out of the car. She's like, I'm gonna do it, and then she's like, holy crap, that's terrifying. But like, yeah, it was very interesting. Yeah, I highly recommend. That's this type of stuff I love watching too. I've been listening to a podcast every now and then too called Art of the Cut that goes about and editors. So they're the people that just take all the video, cut it into pieces, and make the final product out of what's already been given to them. Sometimes telling the story differently than was intended and whatever. One that was really interesting was the Everything Everywhere All at Once. Talking to that editor, because that was just. That's a movie that was so much editing, but yeah, cool information out there.
I like that film just because they did use a lot of practical effects, which a lot of films tend to shy away from nowadays.
Yeah, like they were saying, like with her, I want to see if I can find it. I want to see if I can find it. Oh yeah, this is where they were talking about it. But she's basically like being thrown back through multiple dimensions. Mm-hmm. And he says they knew when they were starting the movie that they were going to need all these shots, so he just started carrying his handycam with him, and he would just start recording walks through the streets. And that's all they did was he just started recording random places anywhere he was. And then when they went to do this, he just started mixing them all together.
Yeah.
And so it was just like, it wasn't them going out there like, oh, we need to do this scene, this scene. It was just him going like, yeah, so I was out in New York one day. And I just recorded and whatnot. It was just, that stuff's so interesting. This is another Wired piece that's one of the things I listened to. It was great.
They didn't have to film in 5 different countries. Marvel films.
These are the people who did the movie effects, but the Art of the Cut does the actual editor, which was also very interesting.
Like, if you haven't seen that movie, go watch it.
It is. I want to watch it again. It's one of those movies that I think is almost better the second time.
Yeah.
Because they said, like, in that movie, there's a lot of things that are unbelievable. Mm-hmm. And so they say, like, we knew that we can't just throw you into that. So you need to start priming people for unbelievable things. And so early on, like, there's the bit where somebody kicks something and then, like, they kind of do, like, a ninja move to, like, kick it back. Mm-hmm. And that was like, wait, where did that come from? And it was to prime you so that you started giving you a little taste of weirdness so that when it gave you that later in the future, you weren't thinking it was way outside the norm. So that it was only there to get you ready for the rest. There was no other reason for it. And so, like, it was just weird. I love being able to see, like, why did they do this? And it's like, oh, we did it for this reason. And it's like, oh, and it's yeah, that's good information to know, because, like, even with the stuff that I do, you need to be able to provide the information to people so that they know, have information. Like, Remembrance was a video where there's a lot of bits where I had to put purposely things in to prime people to figure out what's going on without words. Like having your friends walking down the hallway with her. I knew that was needed because otherwise it wouldn't be like, why is she going to this hallway? Are they dead when they see the statues? Now that provided information. So it's like trying to provide details and information without words and only by sneaking things in. I love that kind of stuff. Oh, well, that got really blurry, but that's fine. Oh, yeah. So I need to get that other bookcase in here. There's got to be other bookcases in another shot. I mean, where's all the bookcases?
Did you delete them all? Oh, there you go. You had a half book.
Kind of. I mean, it's there. I mean, so I guess I'll take it. Wait.
You should have a full book. You should have a full bookcase there now. Well, no, it is the full bookcase. You just have it buried.
Yeah.
Book.
So I'm gonna cheat. That's not this rotation. That's why, as I did that out of habit. Okay, there we go. So that should be the position I need for this one. Yep. Oh, no, maybe not. Not close enough.
So, how is everybody doing now that we're coming close to the end of the stream? Like, how is all the new people? How are you, Jurassic? Didn't need to beat up any children tonight? I can't keep track of his children.
Beating.
Yeah.
He teaches karate. That's why he doesn't actually beat children.
I mean, that's what you do for that job, though. Beat up children. That's what the job entails. If you don't beat up the children, you're going to get fired. Went a build guard. I don't know what that means. Don't leave us, Michael. I'm not leaving yet. Still got about 35 minutes. Bedmick. Went and built Imperial Guard. I've only recently been looking at 40k stuff because of like the new game that came out. And I was
Have a
like,
little background and stuff.
I was trying to get like a background of the different factions in 40k. And from what I read, and it was pretty much a lot of like 40k wiki articles that gave like a brief summary of everyone with some like bullet points. It seems like the universe is essentially doomed and it's just a slow decline, with exception to one faction, which has the potential to turn things around, but only if they can essentially pull humanity away from the Imperium of Man.
And that's impossible.
Well, they have been pulling away some planets that have been joining the Tau.
Are they going to do it before everything blows up, though?
I think it's going to be an incredibly slow decline.
If they've been doing something for 10,000 years, it's going to be really hard to be like, hey, maybe do this instead.
Well, the Imperium of Man is dying. Like, there's no question about it. Like,
Michael doesn't read books unless they have horses in it, so...
What are you talking about? I read a lot of Star Wars stuff.
Would you now?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Chaos messed up everything. Like, what are those robots that are waking up? Who are they? They're like the Necron.
I don't know if it's ever been stated, though, but is Chaos only there? We're talking 40k lore. Is Chaos only there because it started being poked at?
I don't know, but there's essentially just demons trying to come in.
But I feel like the only reason that Chaos even exists at all in the universe is because it was determined or found humanity started using it, and the more they used it, the more it fell apart. The creation of the Eldar and humanity. Yeah. So the only reason that it's a problem is because we were using it because we were too lazy to just wait to travel.
I think it's heavily suggested that the orcs were created by humanity as well.
No.
But they were the old ones.
No, the humanity, the old ones created the orcs.
Aren't the old ones just humanity before?
No, the humanity, if I remember, it was also the orcs were created by the old ones to fight the Necron.
Yes.
And
I thought the old ones were humanity, though.
No, they're not.
Before they became the Imperium.
I wouldn't be surprised. I think like basically most of intelligent life is created by the
all
old
the
ones.
Technology that exists.
I love how Jurassic is probably furiously typing.
Yes, he is. Orcs were created by the old ones who were gods.
Well, they were
considered gods.
They were considered gods.
But were the old ones, and this is where I'm a little confused, like the Imperium finds technology. They don't invent new things. They find tech from an older time.
They find humanity's original tech because of all the planets had developed because of the expansion of everything, they created SRCs or something, or STCs. I can't remember the name of it. But it was devices that basically were an artificial intelligence that would create anything of that they needed. They would just say, I need this, and it would develop it and make it. And when everything collapsed, that is the holy grail of the Imperium, is to find that. Yeah. But most of them were destroyed. So, STC, yeah. I know it was SR or ST.
Well, what happened that caused humanity to collapse?
It's kind of there. There's vague information, but for the most part, it's based that humanity made AI, and then the AI kind of also made its own thing to assist them. They rebelled and fought back, and humanity got caught in the middle of it. And so AI aren't bad, but they're not good either. But essentially it was the whole world was destroyed by a synthetic life that was created from the product of humanity.
Humans refuse to use AI now.
So humans are afraid of the AI, though technically the AI wasn't what the cause was. So but the information from back then is vague because it was 10,000 years ago.
From my understanding,
it's all heresy.
The Tau aren't afraid of AI. The Tau use AI.
The Imperium doesn't use AI, kind of.
Well, they use people's brains as computers. Even in that video game, the locks on the doors are people's brains that are hooked up to the doors.
No, it's their skulls.
Their brains are inside.
You can't say that.
It's very messed up. Like the Imperium of Man is not.
No, they're horrible.
They're horrible. They're beyond horrible.
Everything that the Emperor in 40K universe want, the whole actually collapse of the Imperiums or the Empire of Man started because of the Emperor's diswant for being treated as a god.
Yeah.
And so the whole the reason he got injured was in fighting his son, I think it was, and the heresy, I forgot its name, but Horus heresy. So Horus went on a crusade, but in doing so indoctrinated people into treating the Emperor as a god, and so that was against the rules. He came in and said, you shouldn't have done that, so I'm just going to kill all the people that you indoctrinated, billions of people, to treat and to teach you a lesson. And it didn't go well for him. He kind of went crazy. He fell into chaos, then fought the Emperor. The Emperor got hurt, and the whole Imperium fell, and in doing so, then actually did create him as a god. So
it seems like
in a very simplified way.
One of the biggest things that seems to be killing the Imperium of Man is just they treat the STCs as like holy relics to the point where they never truly understand them because they don't want to take them apart. Because it's not that they don't want to take them apart. It's they believe that everything in the universe is already created. Well, they believe electricity is just the will of their god.
Yeah, but they believe that there's no need to innovate because everything that could ever be innovated already exists in the universe, and they just haven't found it yet. So why should we innovate? Why should we develop anything? We just have to look for it because the gods have already created it for us to find.
Remind me, Jurassic, what is the stuff they smear over everything that's considered like holy? Like it's just basically a
applesauce.
I don't know. It started with an O or something. I can't remember. Like in their mind, electricity doesn't work. Yes, that's what it is.
Ogren? No, that is the big beefy man that we've.
Yes. No,
they just liquefy the Ogren.
The Imperium of Man does not understand how anything works. They don't even understand. No, you had it right, Jurassic. They don't understand how anything works.
No, he's not right. Nutella. I like Nutella. I like Kitty Rinzai. They just rub everything in Nutella. It's delicious hazelnut.
Like in their mind, the gear doesn't turn because other gears are turning it. It turns because it is the will of the God Emperor. Electricity, they only understand that it makes the machine work. They don't understand.
No, they don't even know what electricity is.
No, they don't understand how electricity works. Yeah, they don't understand it. Everything happens because it is the will of the God Emperor. And if you say otherwise, that's heresy. So they're doomed. They're essentially so doomed because there's no progress to really be made past what they can find. They have some issues as well. No, they have issues. They just don't have. Their issues aren't as extreme.
You gotta see that frame still is looking weird. But anyways, that's better now.
Their weapons work because they understand how to make them and why they work.
That doesn't mean that it's going to instantly lead to success, though.
No, but they're not crazy xenophobic either. Like I think there's some contradictions there just because of
we don't fully understand how
but
electricity works more than they do. The whole thing with 40K is that they don't even understand electricity. They have technology, but only they get a thing, and they know that when they have the thing and they do something with it, that something happens. They have no reason to go further into it because whatever its purpose is was designed by the gods, and so we should not touch it because the gods created it such way. And they can modify it by adding, if they have like multiple pieces that all are god ascended or whatever, and then they mesh together. That's okay because every piece individually was given by the gods, but they can't take one apart and improve it because then you're defying the gods by modifying it in some way. So it is a super technological advanced society that has no idea how anything they have works.
Yeah. Like, I think
hello, Nashi.
Like, imagine a transistor.
We're talking 40K. So
they find a transistor. They find a transistor, and they're like, this is them trying to reverse engineer it. They will paint on a similar looking box with the leads hanging out the numbers from the transistor they found, believing that the numbers on the transistor.
You're literally just copy pasting a single video you watched.
Yes, but it's
I know, but you should look up more sources than that because it's a very difficult, complex thing. Anyways, hello, party like an artist. I'm not going to repeat that. That's naughty. What's the Dr. Horse? Wasn't it? Maybe a little bit. 40K lore is the best lore. It's a deep lore and it's a futuristic lore, and that's what's fun about it. And I also like that everything is hell and everything's falling apart. I'm fine. It's funny. Don't worry about it. I'm just not gonna say it out loud. What's going on? Hello, Bernie. You want to? We're making a video about its horses, and we are doing some spook. It's Twilight is at a library or book shop. I don't know, whatever. It's a place of books, but she hears a noise. She's like, "Oh, what's over there?" And she looks down a very creepy hallway that is way too long. Hallway should not be that long, but she hears some weird noises. A lot of repeated books now that I look at that. But they look at the door, and then we do some like Sam Raimi stuff because like, "Oh no, there's a noise." And she's like, "Oh no, it's a Pinkie." And then says, "Oh no, I gotta get the books out because this is where I hide the gun." So she pulls out the gun, but then it doesn't matter because Pinkie's behind her. And she's like, "Oh no!" And then Pinkie just drags her down the hallway to a party. This is just a very long horror-filled way to go to a party. That's the whole thing. So,
part time. Those hoes.
No, but we're getting there. It's slowly. I can do that later. We're out of booze, but
we drink all the booze. There's no more in the house. It's all gone.
Sounds very Pinkie. That's why we're doing it that way. Because it's I'm trying to make it so that everything that's going on is where Twilight is the only one being aggressive and Pinkie is just dragging Twilight to a party. It's going to end very nonchalant. It's going to just basically end up with Twilight at a party with a party cat looking very depressed
in a pit.
So it's going to be whatever. I thought of another way to end that, but that probably wouldn't work. So anyway, it's just trying to be funny in that it's a horror for nothing that's actually horror. I'm just trying out a little bit of stuff, and we're doing some of the Sam Raimi, like, the quick zoom ins on things that happen. Though Sam Raimi would be more like not that much, but like.
I feel like it would just zoom in and the door would jiggle.
The Sam Raimi would be like.
Oh yeah, and the door would shake violently.
Oh no, that's still too not quick enough. We'll do something like this. It has to be.
That's too much.
It's still too much. Hold on. There's the animation for it. Okay. There. This would be more Sam Raimi. Oh, this is still not fast enough. I gotta do it like super quick. It's always about like these super long like zoom in shots that happen in a quarter second. Like something like that. Well, holy crap, so kitty. Hold on, I gotta do a kitty attack. Where's my kitty attack button? There's my kitty attack button. There it is.
Meow, meow, meow.
Oh, thank you much. I forgot what music plays during this, but we got some kitty attack. Thank you and congrats. Hold on, I gotta scroll up. Congrats. Oh, Nightly H got one. Then congrats to Nightly H. Red Junior James, Mio Vane, Hugmere, Matt, Luna Presso, Gamotron, Jade Marhara, Alexander Bugato, a basket of pups.
I like that one.
That is oh my god, a basket of pups. It's not a box of pups, it's a basket.
You can feed a whole family.
Michael's a bad person, we ignore him. But thank you very much, Soul Kitty. I very much appreciate it. Oh, okay, thank you very much. We got it. It's still going. What are we at right now? Is it still got another one? A basket of pups.
Basket of pups.
It's a basket of pups is good.
Hello, Silver.
It's hello, Silver. Okay, I'm gonna undo all that motion before it gets stuck. There we go. Okay, is that fine now? Okay. Okay, so we got the turnaround.
I gotta make up another. I gave Ghost Fact earlier, and I want more Ghost Facts.
No, you did. Well, he didn't hear your Ghost Fact for today.
He didn't.
So what was your Ghost Fact for today?
Oh, I gotta come up with a new Ghost Fact?
No, you have to. You can use the same Ghost Fact.
Right. So
Unless you want to give another one.
I'm trying to think of a new one. If I
think of a new one, you have to imagine Ghost Facts? I mean, I guess they're...
No, I have to remember Ghost Facts.
All right.
It's different. Ghosts can't taste butter. Can't taste it.
They have taste?
They do. They can taste everything but butter. But butter.
Okay. I don't like that you enjoyed that as much as you did.
This is a fun combination of words. That's why Trixie ate it all. Yes, she doesn't want to disappoint the ghosts. Didn't just like put butter on bread. Like that's like one of the best things in the world. So that's why it's so sad being a ghost. Imagine not being able to taste butter.
The worst thing about not being dead. Being dead is okay.
Yeah, no, if you could taste butter, I'd be okay with being dead.
I love that that's your priority.
Like half of everything I cook has butter in it. And for good reason. You wouldn't want to taste butter. That's probably good.
Yeah, you have good not taste. Okay, Twilight is... I think I have her lighting figured out for this. Oh, no, I don't. I'm just gonna move my main lights down. I don't care about doing too much of the details on... Oh no, maybe not those. Just these three? What is hitting her strong? Is it the rim lights? No. Oh, is it the actual lamp above her? It is. Oh, right. So we're just moving these lamps.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there we go. Oh my god, where is this? Where's this light looking? Oh my god, I'm super confused where this light is actually looking. far as I can tell, I'm rotating it. Okay, where are you, light? Did you collapse? You did. You collapse in the other shots too? Which one did I get you from? Is this one? Oh, you're fine here. Well, let's grab it from there then. Apparently my... Oh, I copied that one. Damn it. Oh, actually, you know what? I can't copy. Once it hits Nan. Nan happens when there's like... When it starts to enter a value that it can't utilize, it just makes the value a NAND value. And the NAND value is unrecoverable. Once it becomes a NAND, you can't undo it. It's goofy. So now... Unless you actually can undo it. This one is broken too. What is with these? What is with the light? Something is goof.
The light is goof.
If I grab this one and I try to move it, it also collapses. Nifty. All right. Is this doing anything? Oh, it's not even doing anything. Well, I don't care about you.
Brony, you ask a good question. They can taste margarine.
How does that
They're
work?
asking. What do you mean, how's that work? They're very different things.
I'm feeling there's already a light back there, so I'm gonna move that there. There we go. This one needs to be. Let's see where the camera is kind of. She's got to be in there. Whew. So my issue right now is she's pretty well lit, but this
Her hoof.
makes no sense. The lighting. She's well lit, but then there's no shadow, anything under her. But that's where you cheat.
I just want that taken out of context now. Just you looking at the pony's hoof. Be like, this makes no sense. The hooves.
So we're going to make a shadow. Normally I'd also darken it slightly the bit under her legs, but let's say, where are you, Twilight? You are... Oh, nope. You are up here. Come on, you're a little closer. No, there's the gun. Okay, she's right there. All right. Okay, so there we got her shadow. We're gonna make this. Come on. There we go. Make this an uber light. And then we're going to decrease our cut on to just about her foot level. Actually, no, I don't think I can use it for other things too. All right, so that should be pretty close. We're gonna increase that near edge and see if we can get a little closer. Let's see if that's somewhere in the value of. Yes, it is. Okay. So this light's rotation is going to be 89 on one rotation. 88.9, that's fine. That's the one. Oh, that. Yeah, that's the one. So now it's looking straight down. Okay. Going to increase our edges just to be sure. And now we're going to move this into the negative. All right, so we got a little bit of a shadow there. I'm going to overdo the lighting right now because I need to figure out what his hue is. Negative lights overdo the colors a little bit. It feels a little red, so we're going to increase the red. Yeah, now it looks more black. Okay. And we're going to say, like, that's your shadow. And then we'll just have to play with the lighting to see if we can try to keep the lighting down around her legs. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that, though. There's just these three? Yeah. It's going to be really hard not to. Everything that's around her is dark, and she's not. That's why it's being weird. Wait, you tasted my can. It's not butter, that item.
I'm talking about the ghost butter.
Yeah, I know. I'm talking about butter.
That is the important topic of the moment.
This map is already a black map, so I can't readjust her room position.
What if, are you sure this video wouldn't be improved with a saddle? Probably was referring to saddle, maybe?
No. Take a look at this shot. Yes, even here it's looking like it. It's just you're not looking at the ground, so. Negative lights don't really work when pointing at the hooves because it comes from one angle when I need it kind of to be overall. Normally, the best way to do that is to either darken the model itself or not care. I wonder if I just shouldn't care. Let me try with the negative light just to see. I have to be slightly below the surface, otherwise it's gonna like reflect the light off of the surface, which is right there. Yeah, see, it gets really weird. It just doesn't.
Yeah, that doesn't look right.
And if I did it per hoof like this,
Big green. What are you trying to do?
it's about, so it's, she has a very well lit hoof that immediately goes to a dark surface. That makes no sense for lighting. Because the lighting, realistic lighting should be that if this surface is really dark and this is light, then there should be a transition. Like somewhere. So normally it's about darkening the hooves in the areas. Normally when I do lighting, I try to keep the lighting towards like about this area so that it slowly drifts down to be matching the lighting on the ground.
There's more than one light in the room.
Yeah, but if her hoof is this bright, why isn't the ground?
Because it's the ground's directly under her.
No, that literally makes no sense unless you have a reflective surface.
It's wood.
Wood is not reflective.
Yes, it is. Especially if it's been waxed.
This is not a waxed floor.
How do you know they don't keep up that place? It's a nice library.
Because it's showing that there is light reflecting. You see the details on it.
Yeah.
And if it was reflective, then it would also have a very bright underlight coming because it would be reflecting off.
It's not going to be very bright.
No, but if it was reflective enough that it was that much of a difference, it would cause a huge underlight. That's actually one of the reasons I have an underlight. And I think the underlight is even brownish. No, this one isn't. But normally I'd add, actually this should be a little brown. It should be like this. A little bit of brown. Because the light that's bouncing up should be brown.
Don't agree with him. He'll start getting ideas.
Here, if I go to like here and just do a little bit of brown. That should be the color that was reflected there, but no, it just doesn't work. But the only reason, the problem I have is the lights themselves are the ones that are lighting everything. So the two choices are I either brighten up all the models or I darken the horse. Problem with darkening the horse is her eyes can't darken. So if I darken all of her textures by like removing half their brightness by the texture level, her eyes cannot be, so they will still be like significantly brighter. That's where there's a conundrum of, do I care enough? So I'm not sure if I care enough. That's the level that I'm kind of at right now. It is kind of meant, it's one of those that I like doing high quality shit posts, but there's a certain level of quality that is just too much work, and then I stop caring.
I mean, we already went to Babs this year. Babs is already over.
You trying to talk trash of Babs?
That's game for coming to Babs this year.
Oh, I thought you were talking trash or like high quality shit posts. I'm like, wow.
That's what Babs is. Actually,
Kind of. Well, no, that's TrotCon. TrotCon is a high quality shit post.
Babs was a fine convention. I remember the city more than I do the convention.
Yeah, I had
center,
more
though.
fun in the city than I did the convention. The convention was fine, but
yeah,
I definitely enjoyed the
It was
city
fun.
more.
I enjoy horses and all the things horse related. But it was, I think my favorite part was just going up to see the Golden Gate and walking through the what'd you call it? The docks.
This year at Babs was like I've had a lot of good memories of Babs. This one just kind of felt lacking to me. Everything. I mean, it's probably a little bit of COVID's fault, but I like the party rooms. The party rooms felt the panel rooms are, other than the main hall is great. The side panel rooms are trash. You can't get any internet signal. They're super small. They're kind of off in the corner that make it feel weird. They're close, which is nice, but I had fun there in some ways, but other ways it was just not the same Babs I've been to before.
Did kind of feel. I think it was just the hotel's layout. It just kind of felt.
No, I like the hotel's layout. That's never been a problem for me.
Yeah, felt like the main space was disconnected from the con itself, but I don't know. Just
Actually, I feel like that one's probably better than most for getting everything connected, because you're kind of everywhere's close. It doesn't take long to get anywhere.
Certainly wouldn't mind going again. Don't know what I would do.
Yeah, I haven't decided yet. Original plan was, but I'm kind of going between that and like Everfree or TrodCon instead.
I mean, I've still never done either of those. So
Yeah, I've done Everfree, but
TrodCon's supposed to be pretty big.
well, is
But
it
it's in
or
Ohio.
TrodCon is it's vocal. Yes. I don't know about big compared to some other cons. I'm not sure. I'm planning on going and making a list of people for Norwegian check list. Nice. I haven't decided on Babs, but if I am going to do Babs, I have to do it quick because their deadlines are normally super early. I missed it all last year by a long shot. Also, how did it go with the
Cabbage.
The cabbage you got from my friend props? The conbage? I'm not sure.
Con badge.
The conbage. From Babs? I'm not sure actually what you're talking about with that.
I thought you were saying cabbage.
Yeah, I thought I wasn't sure. Well, I only got cabbage because you were saying cabbage.
Oh yes, because you were thinking cabbage.
No, I wasn't.
And then I read your brain, and then I said cabbage.
Michael's confusing me.
Now I think if I was to think which con you should do, it's just TrodCon because you've never been, and there's people there who've never seen you.
Yeah, that's kind of the reason. I've been Everfree for like 4 years.
Yeah.
So that was the other reason too. But Everfree's expensive.
Ohio is cheap because it's Ohio.
Yeah, well, it is Ohio. Seattle's difficult. The expense for Seattle isn't anything other than travel. The flight is just expensive. I don't know about the rest of it.
We could almost drive to TrodCon.
No, it's twice as far as Milwaukee, if not more.
Yeah.
That's you're talking 10 to 12 hours.
No, it'd be like 8. I've driven to Kentucky before. That's 13.
Okay, we're gonna check.
Okay.
We're gonna go. Okay, so that's in.
It's somewhere in Ohio.
Okay.
I think it's like mid Ohio. Is it like around Columbus? Where is TrodCon?
It is. So we're gonna do. I'm gonna pick sociables as a.
Where's TrodCon, chat?
Okay, we're gonna do directions. Just want to have it pop up with other addresses. That's my concern here.
No, I'm gonna look it up.
What direction? Yeah, we're not gonna bother. So, yeah, if you want to look it up. No, it's in
No, I don't. Where is Trump?
Nah, don't worry about it. We'll figure out it later.
It's not working.
It's in Ohio.
Yes, Trot. My.
Seen G5 Christmas? I have not, but I've heard it's pretty decent.
Oh, no, I'll figure it out on this phone. I don't even know where they are.
I was gonna turn Twilight there, but I don't think.
Okay, it is in Columbus. I was right.
Yeah, Columbus. Okay, that makes sense.
You got Kings Island there. We should go early. Just go to Kings Island.
Nope, we're not.
Oh.
I prefer quality.
Kings Island is nice. You used to
Amusement parks don't interest me. They're stupid.
I don't know. I have fond memories of Kings Island.
Nope, it's stupid.
Why is my childhood stupid?
Have you already tested the G5 model? The newer ones, I've played around with them a little bit, but it's been pretty minimal. I haven't had any ideas pop up in my head for things from them.
It says it'd be 11 hours.
Yeah. I told you.
You do it.
We could do it, but you'd be spending an entire day traveling when you could. And how much in gas would it cost? If me and you did it, it would probably be with your car.
Yeah.
How much would it cost in gas?
I don't know.
Probably, like, I would say probably over $100 in gas one way.
Yeah. Get other people to go with us. Make it worthwhile.
No. I just don't see that being worthwhile
And we
anyway.
could sing on the whole way. You could be like, on the road again.
No, that's getting past my limit for travel. I've done 20-something hour drives before.
Yeah.
It's good to me that you need to lampoon the wishing star in the specials, zoom in, and it's a pony who got sent into orbit. I have no idea what that is actually, because I watched. I
did watch the Christmas.
I did
special.
not watch the special.
I
haven't cared about actual New Horse. Like, so.
All I will say about the special is that animation's improved, and that's it. That's all I really have to say about it. The animation's improved.
Higher budget.
Maybe
it's a special.
Mike, are you able to fly in planes, or do you have to drive places? No, I'll fly all the time. Nice thing about driving in a car is you can take more stuff with you, and you can bring more stuff back, including people.
To a degree, each person can carry a backpack and a travel bag. That's not really any different than we normally put.
What if I want to get the big plushes, like the human-sized ones?
You're not going to.
But I want to.
You know what? Then you can buy a separate ticket for it.
You can sit in the seat next to you.
No, I can request the flight attendant to move me.
Please move me away from this madman and his horse. Yeah. I don't know. I think it would be fun to go to Kings Island for a day just because I know that amusement park really well. But
yeah, and you're just the king of nostalgia, so you want to go there so you can be like, look at this trash.
It isn't as nice as it used to be.
Yeah, that doesn't interest me. Theme parks are boring to me. It's like, hey, look, we have
it's a lot of roller coasters.
We have a Le roller coaster and Le game that cheats you, and
yes.
That's about it.
It's a lot of roller coasters. They got a lot.
I like roller coasters. You're talking to the person that gets dizzy sitting still, and you're like, let's go ride roller coasters.
Yeah.
No. That sounds horrible, and I don't know. Like, you should even know that.
I do, but nostalgia. It's funny. There are things about the park I don't really like anymore. I'm nostalgic about it when I was a kid, but they really haven't updated the park since I was a kid. and now they got like fast pass nonsense. So
Everybody does.
yeah, I hate all that stuff.
And then the fast pass is like, oh, everybody has a fast pass. Now you have to have the ultra fast.
Yeah,
And it's just stupid.
you can pay for the check mark. No, it was just rough, and I've brought this up with him before. It's rough seeing the poor kids have to wait for the kids whose parents have more money go on a ride 2 or 3 times before they get a chance.
I have to animate Twilight at the beginning of that a little bit, but
It's like, now you have to wait 3 times as long as you would have had to otherwise because your parents don't make as much. Like, yay, class warfare in an amusement park. Fun. So much fun.
I think Silver means fly and plane, not get drunk, flap 2 pillows, and jump off the couch and yelling, wait for me to repeat. That does sound like something you do.
Oh, God.
One thing they've done in G5 is a year is determined by the lunar cycle. New Year's is literally the night of the new moon. It's interesting. It shows a difference in culture.
I think they kept Nightmare Nights, but they got rid of what was it called? Hearthwarming Eve.
I feel like Twilight's a little bit more scared than originally intended.
She should be terrified.
It's different when you look at it like this. But I will animate the mouth. It's still red for a reason. So, okay, well, we are good on that. So we did get some progress, though. We got that shot basically figured out. I'm not going to mark it orange yet because technically I have to manipulate her a little bit more in her movement and whatever. But it's getting there. Oh, she is super bright. Some of the lighting, this is going to be a fun one to light. It's going to be complex. I have a feeling it's going to be a lot of low light general lighting and then a lot of very specific lighting everywhere. But like, I don't even really liking how this is turning out for lighting. Well, actually I could probably just boost this and then be like, hey, look, it's much better. But we'll figure it out.
I like watching Twilight get jerked away. Like, no, I need fingers. These hooves.
So you can't be stopped.
These hooves are bad
This
for
is
grabbing.
Dead by Daylight. Nolan, I can drink the water, but I don't have any booze. I can grab something after stream though.
Booze
For you,
left.
but
I see it in your cup. Booze. And not that cup, the other cup. There's still booze in there.
that's my cup too, isn't it? Oh, I do. I think I kept just enough. So okay, no, I got a little bit.
Tricky.
So cheers on that. I forgot I kept a little bit just in case. I mean, cheers, Blair.
That's your cup.
Anyway,
Took my cup upstairs.
I'm gonna save this. We made some progress though. I feel like once we actually start animating, like locking down some of these shots, it's gonna be really quick because like that shot's kind of mostly done anyway. Let's see here. Who is on right now? Nobody. Well, does anybody have a recommendation on who to rate? I got nobody on right now. Hey, look it. It's a Michael.
It is. I'm very still.
Let's see here. Look, this is you guys. I'll give it a second. Otherwise, we'll just call it. So, I hope you guys have a good weekend. We're going to be, Paleo streaming. Am I not following Paleo? What is Paleo's full name? I'm actually not even sure.
It's probably just paleo on Twitch.
Well, I bet you there's multiples that say that.
A lot of paleos.
Oh,
Yes.
Paleo's in a place. I guess that makes sense. There we go. Yeah, we can go head over to Paleo.
Hey,
What's Paleo doing? Actually, playing some Pokemon. Yeah, we can do that.
I think paleo is a good example of why you should have one icon for everything because you were able to recognize them right away.
Well, yeah, that's actually why I never changed my icon.
Yeah.
For the same, well, kind of. On Twitch, I'm a little different. But yeah, we can head over there. Thank you for the recommendation. All right. So Look at that. We're playing. Oh, look, he's not a horse, Michael.
Chastise him for not having a horse VTuber.
You can do whatever you want. Something about dolphins.
Do that.
I guess. Anyways, so thanks. We're going to be gaming on Sunday, but I don't actually know what we're playing yet. I don't think we're going to play Dark Tide again. So that'll probably be an infrequent thing, but probably once it's fully released.
Do you want to try to set up the Skyrim thing?
No, it's too quick. No, I'll figure it out outside of things. So, anyways, we'll see you guys later. Say hi to Paleo, and let me Civ. No, that would no. Michael is aggressive on Civ.
You're just upset.
No, Michael is very aggressive on Civ.
That's because it's expanded.
No, Michael has thousands of hours, and he will immediately shut up. You won't hear anything from him, and he will spend all the time doing everything he can to make your experience horrible.
No,
because it's about winning.
Yeah.
You will not have. It's not about. No, we're not going to do Civ. Michael's are evil. Anyway, thank you to Nolan for the cheers. Thank you to Sukanako for the follows, and Miss Radia's crafts as well. And thank you to the subs. I know there was about 10 gift subs in there from Soul Kitty, and I think Stig and Stig was the one I think that was. I can't remember. Where's my? I want to make sure I get it right here. You gave out 10. I think Stig was the one that was the one good sub. Anyways, but thank you guys for the subs. I appreciate it. I gotta go before it tells me to force me. So go ahead and say bye. Huh?
Da-da-diddly-diddly-doo-doo-doo.